here and we're live, hopefully.
Oh. The #1 stream team.
Okay, I think all the sound is working.
God, look
You're a little to the side, but like... I mean, I heard myself, so I immediately muted because
okay. Oh, I have to take off the rating. We're not there.
Oh, it's a cat. I was wondering what that thing was on your desk.
Yeah, I bought it when I was with Jam.
A cat? Oh.
Yeah, my little crochet cat.
I like so much. I have nothing on my immediate desk, but there's a shelf there that has a really weird shit. At least 4 things that look fairly phallic and a bunch of other crap. And one of these.
I have a full-size kalimba thing, but it's in the other room, and I haven't learned how to play it properly. So
I haven't either. I just make noise with it.
I have a judgmental snail on my desk. Shit.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He's heavy. He's metal.
Yeah, he's hard.
Yeah. I got him at a Ren fair last week. Dylan bought it for me.
Oh, did you go to the Ren fair as well, or just?
I did. No, I did.
How was it? Was it good?
It was fun. But that's not why we're here. We're here for book club.
Should we do? Who wants to do the intro? Shall I do the intro?
Yeah, you can do the intro.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Tea and Tales Tavern Book Club. My name is Peter, and to my immediate above is
me, Jam, aka Blue Clovers. I think yes, Blue Clovers _.
Yeah.
And to my this direction.
Yeah.
This direction?
No.
This direction.
Yeah.
Angles are hard.
Yeah.
I forget it's flipped.
I'm Victoria.
Over there.
I'm Victoria. Yay. We're amazing.
We are. This is our 9th episode.
Fun.
We're still bullshitting it.
It's hard because it's once a month, you know?
Yeah.
It's like if we did this every
week.
If it was every week and we were doing this, then I'd be a little concerned. But it's only once a month. Okay.
It's only our 6th time.
9th. This is the 9th time.
Jesus.
You appear to have a package there, Victoria. What are you doing?
I do. So I think last stream we announced that we're co-parents.
Oh yes.
That's right.
And so this is the package they sent me. I haven't opened it, but I'm realizing now that I should look at it just in case it has my name on the inside as well.
Well, while you're doing that, can you jog my memory of what we adopted? Because it was a turtle?
We adopted a turtle. That is...
That is several turtles. Which turtle is ours?
Yeah.
We got a balding turtle.
Are they all ours?
No. They don't even have the turtle that we got.
Oh!
3 turtles each.
Did they send us a picture of our baby?
Oh, they did. Hang on.
Oh.
Okay.
Pico! Oh!
Aww.
They're so adorable. Oh my god. I mean, they're kind of blurred right now, but...
Yeah, we can't see anything. It's like the turtle is in the witness protection.
That's
there we go.
It's so round! I want to pick it up. Oh my god.
It's like head on. It's like looking at a Simpsons character head on, just never looked at it head on.
That's our turtle. And
Amazing.
It's a Blandings turtle. And I definitely was right to cover that up because it had my name.
Uh-oh.
Because it's like a little certificate of adoption, I guess.
Yeah, Victoria McVictoria face.
Gotta frame
Victoria McCanada face.
I will. And they gave us this big ass poster.
Whoa. It's just a chart of amphibians?
Yeah. Reptiles and amphibians of Ontario.
completely blurred, but like, yes.
So you get the idea. It's very
That
big.
shape there looks like a turtle.
They're like, you adopted a turtle? Maybe you want to know more about all these other amphibians and snakes.
I can't even like back up enough to show you a little bit.
Jesus.
That is... Like, if you turn that sideways, I think that's at least as tall as your body. That's taller than your body.
I love the way you're holding it like you just won this massive check from the lottery.
Yeah.
So yeah, we adopted a turtle from the Toronto Zoo, and we named him Pico. And so this is what came in the mail. There's also a little letter being like, "Oh, thanks." But I'm not gonna read it because it's quite long.
So they're taking care of Pico for like a year before releasing him?
Yes.
Can we steal him after? I mean, it's not stealing, he's ours.
No. Yeah, we literally adopted him. It's got our name on it.
I wish I told you how long
yeah.
they held on to him.
I feel like it was something like a year or so.
I think so.
That does sound familiar.
Yeah. I just don't remember exactly what they were saying, but something like that. We read through it,
Yeah.
sort of.
Absolutely. We browsed.
It was definitely not an impulse decision on our part.
Of course not.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys before. Because I figured if I do that at the end, we're all gonna be tired. We're gonna be like, I don't care.
You're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So I hope you appreciate that.
I don't want to seem rude, but is that it? Is that all we got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Listen, we're paying for his care and attention, you know? We're helping
I was hoping
turtle.
for like a tooth or a finger or something, but that's fine.
From like a snail tooth? Not snail, turtle.
Turtle.
Brain's gone. Turtle
you okay,
tooth
Jen?
from Pico.
I was wondering where
Give
the
us-
snail
Give
came
us a
from.
turtle tooth. We can put it in like one of those shadow frames with the picture. And we can use that to threaten any other animals, like, look at this. Come home with us, or look what happened to this turtle.
That's messed up.
It's like the mafia.
Back on track. The
Yeah.
book for this month.
We read Gwen and Art Are Not
See,
in Love.
Speaking is hard.
It
know.
is.
I can't help but notice that bookmark is not quite at the end there, Victoria.
Do you want to know something about this bookmark?
I would love to.
Just kidding, it's a secret.
Is that a bone? Is that a finger bone?
Oh,
Four
it's the thing.
things.
I sent you. Did I send you that?
Oh.
I sent you that because I saw those bookmarks after we saw the film. I
Yeah.
was like, look.
Oh.
I still have so much shame for that. Listen, that has kept me awake at nights.
For context,
Made our friendship stronger.
Yeah.
me and Jam went to Scotland. Was it last year?
2023?
Yeah. Early
Oh,
2024.
No, 2024. It was
Yeah,
January,
2024.
right?
Wow. Okay, yeah, it was last year that me and Jam went to Scotland. We hung out with Peter. We got off the plane. Peter met us. We took a bus to Glasgow. Dropped off our suitcases. And the first thing we do when meeting our friend in person was watch Poor Things in theater.
Yes.
We didn't know. We didn't know what it was
know.
about. We just
We
knew
did
it
not-
won awards and it had Emma Stone.
Yeah.
And it was like oh, brain swap craziness, way! But there was brain swap and there was craziness and there was a
And
little
her
bit of
tits were
"Whoa!"
everywhere.
There were massive Emma Stone, well, not massive Emma Stone boobs, but a massive amount of Emma Stone boobs.
There's
It
a lot
was-
of sex.
There was like
I didn't think I'd see Mark Ruffalo naked,
yeah,
but I did.
you did.
And now here
We
we
all
are.
did.
Fun fact: if you go back and watch that film in high definition, you can see a little bit of green on his cheeks where he didn't quite wash it from being a Hulk. I don't know. I'm just making noise at this point.
Okay.
Alright. So,
Hulk smash.
Peter was trying to call me out that I didn't finish the book. I did. I finished it last week.
Yes.
However, I was reading it as an ebook at work. I mean, I wasn't. I was working. And so because I was at work, I couldn't take notes. And so because, as I told them before, I have like I'm dying. I don't know. I'm not dying. I'll be fine probably.
I'm dying.
There's been a lot going on. So I haven't had time to take notes. So I've gotten up to like chapter 5 of notes. But I did finish, I promise.
Yeah.
I didn't finish.
There's always one of
That's
us.
it.
It's like a Tea and Tales Tavern tradition at this point. At least one of us must not finish the book.
Yeah.
But I got close, and I had reasons, which I'll explain later.
Okay.
Do you need therapy do you need me to like bring you a nice cup of tea when discussing those reasons? Are you okay?
I mean, I should probably get over it so I finish books for, like, not those reasons. We'll do therapy in this episode.
Okay.
Yeah. We're here for each other. In the
Yeah.
book club, we're all book fam. Can you hold up your cover, Victoria?
It's the
Because
blue one.
your cover doesn't have the yellow sticker on it.
What's that sticker
It has
say?
a blue sticker.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I don't got a sticker.
What does yours say nominated? Because mine says winner.
It's shortlisted.
Shortlisted, because mine is winner. We have like, my book is like the little brother of your book.
What did it win?
It won the YA award at the Edinburgh International Book Festival,
Ew.
where I got it signed for Victoria by Lex
Yeah.
Croucher themselves.
Fancy shit.
And then I went to get a physical copy of this book, thinking it might help me get through it, and
Also signed.
also signed. Like, it was just sitting on the shelf. It's not personalized, but it's just sitting on the shelf, so I don't know if that devalues Victoria's signing or not. But
No, because mine has.
Well,
my
hers says
name.
for Victoria.
Yeah.
that's true. Mine isn't personalized. Lex clearly didn't like me that much.
Well, if you go
No, that
back
was one of the.
in their bag,
Oh.
you can.
I will. I'll get it done. I'll get it done for Jam this time.
Yeah. We can all match.
Because I was covering the Edinburgh Book Festival on the show last year, and I think that's one of the few things you've ever actually asked for in your
Yeah.
role as producer on the show. You were like, try and get this, and I literally.
Well, you
went,
asked me. I don't know if I even asked.
I
think
did.
You asked me, and I was like, yes, please.
Yeah. I was like, is there anyone at the book festival? And you were like, Lex. And I went literally all around Edinburgh to try to find a copy of that book. It was as rare as hen's teeth. And I found it and got it signed.
Alrighty, so we don't have a full book of notes. I can go up to chapter 5 and then we can wing it.
Wait, you gotta say why you chose the book for this month.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. I chose this. Hold on, my head is itchy. Yeah, this month is a mess. I think we just need to own it.
And this month was a bit of a write-off.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a
I
mess.
agree.
Listen, it's Pride. It's not our fault.
Yes.
That's my excuse. I'm sticking with it. So yeah, I chose. I don't know why I'm showing it again. So I chose Gwen and I Are Not in Love. It was my pick. It's Pride Month, and I thought we should read a queer book. Although I have noticed we've actually read quite a few queer books. Because I was doing
Yeah.
like an Instagram post, and I was like putting things together, and I was like, oh shit, there's actually quite a few that we've read. So yeah, I thought it would be fun, and this has been on my list. I've had it since last year, and I haven't read it, so I thought now is the perfect time to read it and make all my friends read it too. That's it.
And some of us did.
I read it. I didn't finish it.
I
3
say,
chapters off.
I've said that exact same line for the past 8 months. I started it. It's fine.
All right. You don't have to go chapter by chapter. We can just be like, this is what we remember. Because
Yeah.
we didn't really take notes.
It's
Except
okay.
you.
I can go up to chapter 5.
Okay.
Then we can kind of wing it between us.
Yeah. And we'll pretend we planned it like that. Alright, chapter 1. Gwen wakes up. Okay, so also, I had already finished the book, and so these notes are from the perspective I've already finished it, so. I'm like, Gwen woke up from a dream about Lady Bridget. At the time, we didn't know that, but I was just like, I don't care, I'm just writing. Agnes is her lady in waiting. It's not Gabriel, it's like, I don't know how you say his name. Anyways, Gabe is her brother, and he's next in line to be king. Gabe brings her account parchments. He's, you know what? Fuck it. I can't read my own writing. I give up.
Okay, so I give it 8 out of 10.
Oh, he's been going over, and it has Gwen's dowry on it. She's been betrothed to Arthur de Lacy since birth. This is a comfort to Gwen because she thinks it's better that it's the devil she knows, but she also hates him. She used to wonder if her parents were going to call her Guinevere to commit to the bit, but chickened out and call her Gwendolyn instead. Her first memory of him is of him giving her a honey cake, and her second memory is of him taking it back. On her 9th birthday, her and Gabe broke Art's hand they put a piece of twine across his doorway, and then he fell and broke his wrist. Then he tried to put a feral cat in her room, and that's when the queen was like, all right, we gotta keep them separated, so he stopped coming over every summer. Schedules in order and make Gwen feel more comfortable. She treasures mornings where it's just her and Gabe. And as of right now, people are outside busy working on like the buildings for the tournament. Gwen,
sorry to interrupt, but we forgot to say that Gwen's like the princess of England.
Oh yeah, I guess that's important.
We're dealing with royalty here.
Yeah, this is all royals.
Yeah, and she's like the princess, but Gabe is the future king.
Yes, that part I got. But that was all I wrote. Gwen mentioned seeing Art last year. Him and his page were making fun of her dancing. Agnes told Gwen that Art is quite the player, and he knows that he's good looking. I quoted smug, conceited, and abrasive, which is exactly how you want your future husband to be described, I think. It's perfect. Gwen asks Gabe to kill Art. He says he can't do it. He doesn't have it in him. And then Lord Stafford comes to get them for the meeting. And he's like, oh, Gabe, we need you. Oh, and also you, I guess, basically, to Gwen. She's kind of like the afterthought in this part. She doesn't really care about the tournament, which honestly, same girl. Like, it was so pointless.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like, it was important, but also, like, I just did not give a fuck about it.
Yeah.
It felt like in an eventual movie version, that's like the scene when it'd be like, boom, bam, boom, bam, and out comes Lady Leclerc or whatever her name is, and she's all cool, and there's lots of cool cuts, and she's all like, win the wind and shit.
It wasn't really Ocelot. Was it really like an unnecessary tournament arc? It was just like it's happening in the background.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire book, like there's this tournament going on, and they kind of just bring it up once in a while, just to like, I don't know, introduce
every so often
character things. It's like it's happening, and then for a week they're not at the tournament, and then they're back at the tournament. It's like, why is this happening?
Like, they just, like, avoided it for, like, 2/3 of the book. It was crazy. The king says he asked Stafford to bridge the gap. The queen mentions that there were more cultists in attendance. And in the book, a cultist is just someone who believes in, like, the King Arthur legends. They are not actually in a cult. They just believe in that. So then you have the cultists and you have the Catholics. And so the king went to Lord Stafford and was like, hey, we need to bring us together so that they don't try and take over the throne. And so that's why he's like, it's fine that there's more of them here. He's just doing his job.
It is best, I guess.
The king's cousin isn't there. Whatever. The king's cousin isn't there. But he is... Oh, his dog. The knife is... This is his name because he's thin, short, and uncommonly bloodthirsty.
Not an actual dog.
Yeah, not an actual dog. It is a person.
Short man who's very good at killing.
Well, he killed one person. He's got a
He killed
reputation.
one person.
Like, is killing one person enough to build a legend off? Like,
Well,
come back when
apparently.
it's at least 3 or 4, okay?
Well, it was he killed one person during a tournament. I just assumed he killed more people outside of tournament season.
Oh, I hadn't thought
Yeah.
of that.
Someone has a strained relationship with the king because when the last king died... Oh, I think this is the cousin. The last king died, he threw his hat into the ring to be the next king, even though the current king was promised the title. And the knife... Oh, sorry, no. Oh, it's Willard, his cousin, yes. I got confused when I was writing my notes. And then I had to, like, make a little arrow and fix it. He had the backing of the cultists. And he is the sponsor for the knife. Everything stopped when the King of Norway was also like, hey, I want to be King of England too. And so he came on in, and then the current king was like, hell no. And so him and his backers stopped him. And now the current king is the king. Everything worked out how it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Yay.
So what do you rate the book?
And this is where Lady Bridget Leclerc comes in. She is announced, and the queen says, ugh, not this charade again. The crowd jeers and laughs at Bridget, and she ignores it. She is 1 year older than Gwen. She is the only female knight in the country, and the king thinks she'll only last another year before giving up. Gwen's dream was about Bridget kissing her during a tournament. Ooh,
Smooching. Hey, smooching.
Yep. Okay, chapter 2. Art and Sydney are being kicked out of an inn by the innkeeper. Oh yeah, this is Art as in her fiance, Arthur. Sydney was supposed to be the distraction, but he got distracted. They decide to head home, and they don't know if it's Wednesday or Thursday. And then they run into Mrs. Ashworth. She tells them what day it is. She runs the estate because Arthur's mom is dead. And although she cannot give raises, she can fire people. So Sydney needs to watch his ass. Tells him his dad is on a warpath about something. Lord de Lacy is mad because Art was supposed to be at the tournament. Oh no. And then he kind of goes on like a little rampage. And he throws a bottle of ink at Art's head. And Art's like, I'm pretty sure that no one ever told me this. But then he apologizes anyways to keep the peace. And then he goes on a long-winded rant about why he named Arthur Arthur. And allegedly they're related to the old King Arthur from back in the day. And he's still obsessed with it. And so now Art and Sydney are off to Camelot for the summer. Sid is excited because because women and drinking and food. That's it. Art is to begin his official courtship with Gwen. Art dislikes Gwen just as much as she to him. Always goes on about how she broke his wrist and it still isn't right. Says when she was 5, she was already bossing him around and telling his father tales about him. And when she was older, she would write mean things in her diary about him and hide it under a tree like a deranged squirrel. Which I thought was a fun way to say that.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Both are tipsy and reluctantly led into Camelot. Art promptly falls off of his horse. Yep. It is nighttime, and he sends Sid ahead to the castle to be like, yo, tell them to get our rooms ready. And he's just kind of sitting on the ground, thinking about his life and how much he resents the fact that he has to go to Camelot, and that he thinks of it as a prison. But the plus is that his father's not there. His dad is taking vital meetings with people Arthur has never heard of. And this is when Gabe finds Arthur on the ground. Arthur somehow knocks a tray of food over that Gabe had. And so Gabe was pissed because he's like, dude, I wanted to eat that. And Arthur's like, well, I'm hungry too. And that just kind of never gets resolved. I don't know if he eats it or not. I don't really care. But Arthur calls him a sanctimonious bastard after he leaves.
In fairness, it was marzipan, and marzipan is delicious.
I don't think I've ever had marzipan.
I don't know what that is, really.
It's used a lot in cakes. Like, you'll have the cake, then you'll cover it with a layer of marzipan, then you'll cover it with the icing.
What is marzipan?
It's like a sugary, almondy kind of thing. It's kind of yellowish. You'd know it if you saw it, probably.
Like a custard type thing?
Not really custard, more solid than custard.
Oh, interesting.
It's delicious, though. I'd be furious as well.
Marzipan.
Do you typically just eat it on its own, or is that just like a Prince thing, being bougie?
You never used to be, like, it's one of those things where to come in a big packet and you nibble and nibble and nibble and you get in trouble for it, but now people have started doing marzipan snacks and stuff, so I am in my era. I am so grateful I live in 2025 so I can have marzipan snacks.
Alright.
But it is kind of like a kind of bougie, expensive snack, I guess. For the time.
Alright, now, chapter 3, we're back with Gwen. It also flips back and forth between whose point of view we are with. So the only thing Gwen wants is to be left alone. She tried her best by refusing to become friends with any of the ladies at court, or spawn of the high-born families like Agnes. She doesn't want her routine to change after she gets married. Lady Leclerc feels too much like wanting something. And then she goes to talk to her dad about art. And it's like, hey, we should rethink the whole thing. He's a playboy. I don't want him. And he basically says, too bad, so sad. Suck it up, baby.
In those exact words. I was surprised to read it on the page, but there it was.
Yeah, it was crazy. Gabe refuses to have... Okay, I didn't know what it was called, but like, whatever Sydney is to Art, he doesn't want one. He refuses to have one. I don't know why that's important.
Personal guard, I think? I don't know.
I don't know.
Was there like an actual name for it?
Yeah, just like a serving guard.
Oh.
Because I don't think Sydney is like an actual guard. I think it's kind of like how Agnes is like a lady in waiting, but like the male equivalent. I just don't know what that is.
Oh. Gotcha.
Anyways, Gabe refuses to have one, and they barely last a week. Gwen sees Art at the dinner. Her mom told him to sit beside her, and then Sydney couldn't sit with Arthur, and Arthur was being all pissy about it. And then they force... the queen forces Gwen to dance with Art, and Gwen tells her that Art threatened her with a knife, and the queen's like, you have to stop doing that. So, because apparently she just does this routinely, where she like is like, guard, they've threatened me. Because she's a little bitch. Now where was I? Art. Oh, Gwen is annoyed that Art is good at dancing, and that he's handsome, and that he knows it. Yeah, that part was crazy. I was like, okay. Lord Stafford is talking to Gabe about internal war of the Catholics and the cultists. Gabe asks him to rough up Art, and he says that he can't because it would be a political incident.
Gabe is just a chicken shit. He does nothing his sister asks him to.
He's a little bitch. Like, he won't kill him. He won't rough him up. Like, what's the point of having a brother?
Exactly.
So Gabe tells Gwen he'll distract their mom while she goes out to get some air. And she sees Bridget come out of the stables, stretch, and then apparently remember something and then go back into the stables. And as Gwen is hiding, Art comes stumbling outside with a boy. Gasp.
Oh my god.
And what does he do with this boy? Does he give him a friendly handshake and a pat on the shoulder?
He does. A little handshake, slap on the ass, and is like, you're on your way, Mitchell.
Yeah, good game, buddy. Hit the showers.
Art is kissing him. Oh my god. And Gwen sees. Oh my god. Crazy. And then Art sees her see, and he freaks out. He pushes the boy away and is like, you gotta get out of here. And so then he nonchalantly walks over and is like, hey, what do you think you saw? And she's like, I saw you kiss a boy. And he says, no, I don't think so. I think I'd have noticed. Which I thought was funny.
He's sassy about
Just trying his best to gaslight her. It's like, there wasn't a boy here.
Yeah.
I wasn't kissing anybody.
What even is a boy?
Why are you even here? What are you talking about?
I'm going to wake up now. Biff, baff, bosh.
Yep. And then he asks if Gwen is going to tell his father. And then this is kind of like when she finally processes that, like, oh shit, this is happening. And that he has probably done this before because he seemed a little too professional. Not professional, but like he knew what he was doing. It was not his first rodeo. And then,
yeehaw, as it were.
Yeehaw.
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 My God, what are you doing?
What are you yeehawing? Come on now.
Come on, Jam, yeehaw.
No.
Yeehaw with us, Jan. Come on. We're waiting. We're not going to say another word until you...
I'll just disappear.
No! I'm Peter!
Oh my God. Jam!
I'm back. Oh, did I mess it all up?
Yeah!
Yes! For a moment I was Jam and I was very confused. I generated.
I was just
well, then you talk for me.
Excuse me.
Alright, Art asks... Oh, I said that. This is when Art accuses her of spying on him. And she's like, I wasn't spying on you. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing in the shadows, you weirdo? And then he sees a girl and realizes that Gwen was actually spying on the lady. And he's like, who is that? She's like, I don't know. And so this is when...
It's a lady walking about. It doesn't matter. It's fine. What even is a lady?
And so this is when Art brings Gwen down to the wine cellar. And she does it. She's like, where are you taking me? And he's like, it's the wine cellar. Chill out, lady. He's like, how do you not know? You live here. And she's like, bro, I don't drink. And also, why would the princess be in the wine cellar? Like, that's...
I think she should know where things are in her own fucking castle.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Like, even if you don't go in the room, you still know what the room is.
Right? Like, how rich are they that they're like, this
it's a
place
castle.
is so huge. I don't know where the wine cellar is.
Well, she pretty much only, like, stays in her room and her little garden and, like, wherever she has to go eat. Like, that's her path. She doesn't really, like, she doesn't really know.
That's part of the reason why I hate her.
Right?
This is where we kind of find out that she is, well, I don't want to use his terms, but, like, she isn't out there as much. A little bit shy, a little bit coy.
Very, very, like, I don't even know if sheltered is the right word, because she did it to herself.
Yeah. And she just doesn't want to get out with the people.
Very introverted.
Yes.
But, like, crazy.
But also, she's better than everybody else, so, I mean...
Yeah.
Gwen does love her some Gwen.
She does. Alright, so Gwen tells Art that Bridget is a knight. Art says... now that they know each other's secrets, that they're, like, kind of even. And Gwen's like, well, if I tell my dad... And he's like, well, if you tell your dad, I'll tell him about Bridget. And she's like, well, he's not going to believe you. Oh, and Art also said he was going to make up more shit to, like, make it more interesting. Because, like, she's just staring at some chick. And he's like, well, he'll believe me enough that he will keep her away from you. And that was enough of a threat for her to be like, oh, no. And then Gwen's like, you know what? We'll talk about this in the morning. And, like, kind of dismisses him. And then Art gets mad that he's being dismissed.
Valid, honestly.
Yeah. And so then Art leaves and he goes to Sydney. And he tells him what happens. And says that he needs to find some dirt on her. But he's like, this is the most dull person in the world. How do I get dirt on someone who doesn't do shit? And Sydney's like, doesn't she talk to her friends? And he's like, what friends? She has no friends. And he's not wrong. That's the saddest part. He's not even exaggerating. And so then,
as you said, she doesn't talk to like any of the ladies in waiting. She doesn't talk to any of the other people from court or anything. She's just happy embroidering.
Yeah, she just embroiders, goes on her walks, talks to her brother. Her brother, like, has shit to do. Like, he has a job. Like, he's trying to stop war. And she's like, but Gabe, play chess with me. Like...
She's got nothing going on all day, every day.
Yeah.
And then this is when Art remembers that she is a deranged little squirrel. And him and Sydney go digging. And then...
Meanwhile, the next day...
Yeah. The next morning, Agnes brings a note telling Art to meet Gwen.
I'm sorry, who brings a note?
Agnes.
Agnes. I'm sure you missed out the G there.
I probably did.
I briefly heard anus, and I was like,
oh.
I am so glad you heard that as well, Jan. I was convinced I heard it. I was like, wait, who wrote the diary? One more time?
I give up.
So Agnes brought the diary.
Yeah, Agnes... No, she didn't bring the diary. She brought a note. Keep it straight, Peter. Right. Come on.
Yeah. Agnes brought the paper.
And Sid says that she is very nice looking, and he might be in love. Gwen and Art go on a walk. Gwen wants to tell her dad she is still hell-bent on this. And so that this way he'll call the whole thing off. And he's like, he doesn't have to tell your dad why he's calling it up. She is so fucking naive. Like, she's like, yeah, let me just tell the King of England you're gay. And he's not going to tell anyone why we're breaking off this wedding. Like, he'll keep it a secret. Don't worry, bestie. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was a bit wild to me.
It's like, just that she would just, like, suggest to out him to King of England, and he'll meet no consequences. Like, okay, sure, Gwen.
So Art obviously knows this is a bad fucking idea, and he says, hell no, lady. That's crazy. And instead, he pulls out her journal. He found it.
Wait, no, boo.
And he reads an entry from when Bridget was a squire, and Gwen wrote that she wanted to kiss her. He tells her he took the more damning ones and gave them to Sid for safekeeping. At this point, they call a truce, and Art offers to cover for her if she ever, like, wants to actually go out and do something. And she's like, no, I don't go out, so I won't need you to do that for me. That's weird. But she says that they should pretend to get along for her parents. And he's like, okay, but then what happens? Like, it ends in marriage? And she's like, yep, pretty much. And then Art says, I'm glad this all has a happy ending. If we're lucky, some insurgents will rise up and kill us, all in our beds, before we can say I do.
Oh and she says, foreshadowing.
And she says, don't give me hope. It'll make reality all the more crushing. And so they agree to the deal. Gwen tells him that he can't get caught with anyone. He has to be more sneaky. And Art says, and that they can't tell anyone about the deal. But Art says, well, I have to tell Sydney because he's going to know that I fucking hate you. And all of a sudden, like, you're my best friend. Like, he'll know something is up. We can't do that. And so she's like, well, yeah, okay, I guess that's fine. She's like, well, I can't tell Agnes because I don't trust her. She's just a silly woman. Even if I swear her to secrecy, I don't know if she'll keep my secret.
And she hates me, of course, because she's not me. She's a silly court woman.
She's so jealous that I am the princess of England, and she's just a silly lady in waiting.
Oh, that bitch.
Get fucked, man. Anyway. Chapter 5! Gwen is mad at herself for not moving the journal. She made notes of every single time she saw Bridget. She collected secrets and rumors. No, sorry, stories, not secrets. She collected stories and rumors about Bridget and wrote about the first time that Bridget entered the lists, which is, I think lists is jousting.
Maybe?
Yes.
I can't remember. I feel like at some point it was made a little more clear, but I don't remember. And then when she sees Gabe, and she hesitates to tell him what happened. But she's like, you know what? I tell him everything. So she tells him like a little bit about what happened, minus Art kissing a boy. And he's like, I don't get it. And she's like, oh, let me explain again. And he's like, no, I get the plan. It's just fucking stupid. I don't understand why you're doing this. And she's just like, oh, well, we have to do it. And don't tell the king. Oh yeah, she just tells him that like Art kissed someone. And he's like, so tell Dad, and he'll call this whole shit off. And she's like, no, I can't. So.
Yeah, because like up until this point, they're like, we heard rumors that Art's been going around all summer or all year fucking people.
Yeah.
And now we have proof.
It up. Like, he's gained a reputation for himself.
Like, yeah, like it literally says in the book he was like deflowering maidens or whatever, however she phrased it. But no, Art kissing someone is what's gonna break up the marriage, not him going around fucking virgins. It's gonna be kissing someone. That's where the king draws the line. I
don't know.
So Gwen and Art go to the tournament together. Art is preening. And he tells Gwen to touch his arm and pretend that he says something funny. And she said, no. You do that to me because it'll be more believable because I hate you. And so then he does it. And then she's like, in her head, she's like, man, he's kind of good at this. And then Gabe leans over in her ear and is like, hey, he's good at this. And she's like, you're in my ear. And then Art's like, hell yeah, I am. And he winks at Gabe. And Gabe is thunderstruck and looks away. And
Gabe panic.
Yeah, Gabe panic. And then Gwen says, don't wink at him. It's not a mildly incestuous free-for-all. She has such a way with words. And at this point, Excalibur has been brought out, and Art is like, oh my god, is that Excalibur? As if it's like a famous like K-pop idol, but it's just a sword and a stone. And Gabe's like, actually, that's number 9. Or maybe Gwen says that. I don't remember. One of them says, yeah, that's actually Excalibur number 9. Because they're just replicas. And he's like, well, what happened to, like, 1 to 8? And he's like, well, like, they get lost over time. One of them was stolen. One was probably, like, to pay off a debt. Like, they just disappear.
Yeah, like, I think the original one just... They lost it. It never came back from wherever adventure went on.
It was thrown.
So they made.
It was in the lake. They threw it to the lady in the lake.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Mickey 17. Mickey 14 went into space and got crushed. Mickey 16 got eaten by a bug. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So many Mickeys.
So then Art wants to know if they can just like pull it out and declare themselves king, and she's like, no, it's like, it's in there, like, so that shit doesn't happen. Because it would be a whole thing.
The cultists would rise up.
Yeah. So before this, Art was backstage talent scouting and tells Gwen that Bridget is second and she is against an old man. And also says that he can't hold a sword properly because someone broke his arm when he was a defenseless young boy. And Gwen says...
I do that?
Yes. And Gwen says, you are never a boy. You are a demon. So Bridget is announced, and she is fighting the knife. Gasp. We're all shocked.
Oh, no.
And the people laugh, because they don't like women. Basically. And so Art gives her a yellow flower and says... My lady, fight for me. It's kind of cringe, but...
Yeah, that was a dick move. Like, one of many... Art is always kind of needling her and winding her up, but that was a big, big move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand that part at all, because then he was saying he did it for Gwen or something, or, I don't know, to help Bridget.
I don't know.
Like, I guess earn the crowd's favor. I was like, what are you doing?
I don't know what he was trying to do with that. And so now she is fighting the knife. He hasn't competed in years because the last time, as we mentioned before, he killed someone. but allegedly they died after due to their injuries, but like that he caused the injuries. He killed them. We are team he killed them.
Yeah, we firmly believe that.
Yeah. So at some point Bridget gets knocked down and Gwen's like, why isn't the fight stopping? She's on the ground. And they're like, well, they're not going to stop it until she stops trying to get up. And she's like, still trying to get up, still trying to get up. He kicks her over. She's on all fours. She has no weapon. And at one point, he, like, takes his sword, puts it to her neck. And that's when they finally call the fight. And she loses.
He gives her a full-on kicking.
Yeah, like, he kicks the shit out of her. And typically when... like, after the fight's over, the winner, like, helps them up. And it's like, good game type of bullshit, right? Nah, he just dips. He's gone. He's like, peace, I'm done. And so, at this point, Gwen's like, I'm leaving. And she goes to leave. And then her guards are with her, do. And Art follows her, do. And then Sid comes up. And the guards are like, whoa, who the fuck is this guy? And Art's like, oh, don't worry, he's with me. And then they look at Arthur, and they're like, who the fuck are you? And then Gwen has to be like, oh, I guess he's with me. And that's when she meets Sydney for the first time. And he's a dick to her. He is, like, so disrespectful, considering she's the princess of England. Like, it's actually kind of crazy.
Doesn't she say that at one point? Like,
yeah.
Are you forgetting who you're talking to? And he's like, whoops. No, he doesn't even whoops. He doubles down. He's like, fuck you. And then she's like, forget who you're talking to. And he's like, fuck you, your highness, or some shit like that. Whatever.
Yeah. It wasn't, it obviously wasn't like, fuck you, but it was like, whatever he said. And then, what did you say? And he's like, oh, whatever, your highness. And I'm like, she could actually have you killed. Like.
Yeah, you could be eating your own head right now. So
like, that's actually crazy.
Yeah, you will find out if you fuck around.
And so then this is when Gabe comes up and he's like, oh, I'm supposed to be here as your chaperone. And then Sid says something to him but says it respectfully. And she's like, oh, so you can be nice to him. I'm like, whatever. And then Gabe tells Art to stop goading his sister. And then this is when Gwen leaves because she is done with all of them. And as she's walking away, she almost walks into someone. And that someone is Bridget. And she looks like shit, because she just had the shit beat out of her. And they're like, oh, like, good luck in the next game, or whatever. And she's like, okay, thank you, and also tell your suitor thank you for the flower. And she's like, oh, he's not my suitor. And she's like, oh, he's not? And, like, gives her, like, a look, and then Gwen, like, leaves, and is like, oh, what could she have meant? And I'm like, bro, everyone knows you're engaged to him, and you just said that's not your, like... anyone would have that reaction, even if they didn't have a crush on you. Like, I don't get it. So, anyways, chapter 6 starts with Arthur going to meet the king.
Bro. You're going over that stuff, like, in chapter 5. It's like, I don't remember quite a bit of this. And now we gotta figure out the rest of the book.
Alright.
Okay. I'm flipping through pages here.
So Arthur goes to meet the king, and he says, Sydney, like, I don't need you because I'm not leaving the grounds, or whatever. And so Sydney's like, ooh, I can do whatever I want. And he's like, no, you can't. I need you to go into town and find the best tavern. And Sydney's like, ooh, sample libations? Which, like, I fucking hate that phrase. I don't know why. It made me want to punch him. But
it's just so pricky. It's like it's like Fedora guy, like milady. That like
yeah,
like, you're cringe. You are cringe, and I am dying because of you.
Yeah, and so then that's where Sydney is off to for the day. Arthur goes to see the king, and I think at that meeting, on his way there, he finds a cat, and he falls in love with this cat. And he calls him something.
Lucifer.
That's
Lucifer.
I don't think he has a name at this point, but yeah, it ends up being Lucifer. Because he found him in some... Okay, they make such a big deal about him finding, like, this mysterious, like, courtyard. It never comes up again. I thought it was going to be like, oh, like, the queen's private garden, and then like it comes up later, like something like there would be like some kind of relevance.
I think it was, if I'm remembering correctly, he was like realizing like, oh, this place has been like it's different from the last time he was there, which was like years ago because he was a child back then. So it's just like, oh, they've remodeled and now there's a courtyard here, and I don't remember this being here.
Oh.
And then it never gets brought up again.
Yeah, I thought it had more importance. But yeah, he finds a cat there. And then he goes to see the king, and he's like, "Sit down, bitch." And he's like, "The last time you were here, you set fire to something." And he apologizes. And he's like, "Do you remember what it is?" And Arthur says, "I believe it was your wife."
Oh my God.
And he's like, "That's right. It was only my son's quick thinking that stopped her entire dress from going up in flames." And he says, "Actually, it was Gwendolyn who lit the candle." And he's like, "Oh, never mind, whatever." And the king says there's a time and a place for dwelling on the past, and that we should always respect what has come from it, and we should always be learning from it, to emulate the good, acknowledge the bad, and be striving towards progress. And he's like, is there like, yeah, sure, I guess. Like, I don't know what this has to do with me. And then the king's like, "I've heard from many sources, namely my daughter, about your conduct since the last time we've met." So he's basically like, stop being a fuckboy, because now you're more tied to my daughter, and this cannot fly. And he's like, "I have respect for your family, and I've been grateful for your father's support, and your mom. We were besties, we were allies, and I was sad that she died." And then he's like, "The blood that runs in your veins made Camelot." And Arthur's like, not really. Like, he just cuts the king off. He's like, no. And the king's like, "What the fuck do you mean, what?" And he's like, "Oh, if it was, it's so diluted, it doesn't make a difference." And then the king laughs. And then they talk about his dad.
His dad, who was a piece of shit.
Yeah. And he's like, he's like, "You're going to be my husband's daughter, and don't make this a mistake, because if it is, I will bring it down on you tenfold." And then the Art's like, "Oh, okay." And then he was dismissed, and he left. And then Sydney comes back, and the cat's there. This is where he names him Lucifer. And Arthur says the king thinks that if I try really hard, I can become as great of a man as my father. And then Sydney's review of Camelot is that it's a shithole. Everything's falling apart. And then Arthur's like, "Oh, don't let the king hear you say that." And he says, "Fine, it's up and coming." And he's like, "I don't know why the fuck he had to come here. He could have just gone to Winchester or London. But he had to come here." And then he's like, "All right, we're going out." And so then they go up to Gwen's room. And the guard lets them in. Art says, "Hello, Agnes." This is basically when they pretend that they fuck. But then Sydney and Art go out the door. Or out the window. And she's like, "Where are you going?" And he's like, "I don't know, we're going out."
I think that's pretty much it for that chapter. They disappear.
Yeah, that's about it.
Pretty much.
It's like Arthur and Sydney show up to Gwen's room, and Gwen dismisses Agnes because she thinks Agnes is going to spread rumors because she's just a silly woman who gossips.
Yep.
And then I guess the idea is that Arthur's like, "I'm going to go out with Sydney for a bit, and then I'll come back up through your window and leave later tonight." And so it's just Gwen chilling in her room by herself.
Yeah. At one point, he sees Mitchell, who is the boy he was kissing, and Sydney's like, "It's not him." As if, like, a him from the past. And...
Ooh.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a mystery, and we're supposed to care. Alright. Who wants to do chapter 7?
Okay. Chapter 7. I think I'm looking at the pages, so Arthur comes back with Sydney like 4 hours later, and Gwen's like, "What the fuck? I didn't think you'd be gone for that long." He's like, "Too bad. I was having fun with my boy. Okay, bye." And the next day, I think at breakfast,
Yeah.
Gwen is there with like the mom. I don't know. I think the king's there as well. So it's like family breakfast, which doesn't happen as often anymore. And then the queen's like, "Gwen, I need to talk to you after breakfast." And so after breakfast, they talk, and she's like, "You can't be having boys in your room at night."
Yeah.
It's like, "I'm glad you're getting along, but come on,
Yeah.
Gwen, you gotta be dignified." And then Gwen's like,
Gwen goes
"Who
bright
told
red.
you?" I was like, "Agnes?" And it's like, "No, I heard from Sir Hurst." I don't know who this
Yeah.
man is anymore. Yeah, so that's what happens at breakfast. What happened afterwards? God.
Wasn't there like another thing, like Art sends an invitation to
Oh,
Bridget?
she's
Question mark.
not yet. This is
Not yet,
where she's supposed to go to the joust with Arthur.
Right, but Arthur is like too
Yeah.
hungover to do it.
Yeah.
And so Gwen ends up there, like sitting at the joust alone, and then one of the guards are like, "There's a lady here for you." And then
Yeah.
Gwen's like, "Huh?" And then they let the lady in. It turns out to be Bridget. She's like, "I got your invitation to watch the joust with you. What's going on?" And then Gwen's like, "I don't know what the fuck's going on either, but hi." And then they watch the joust together, and some shit goes down. Did that already happen in chapter 7? Oh, I felt like that was halfway through the book.
No, I think it's this part. Yeah, because it's the knife who comes back. And
Yeah.
this is when Bridget's like, "Don't call him that. Giving him a sinister nickname elevates him. Makes him sound like he's more than a man." And she's like, "Fine, I'll just call him that bastard then."
Hey.
Fair enough.
But yeah, this is...
Like, they all seem to hate this knife fellow.
Oh yeah, everyone hates that guy. So yeah, the knife is fighting Sir Wolcott, and like shit's going down. It's bad. It's a bad time. He's not having fun. He's getting his ass kicked. He almost dies.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how that happened because like this is a joust. How do you almost die in a joust? But whatever. So he almost dies, and then Bridget's telling Gwen like, "You need to call the match," because for whatever reason I forgot what his name is or his position.
Grand Marshal.
He's not there to stop the match. He's just disappeared, and everyone knows him to be like some kind of drunkard. So Gwen's like, "Okay, well clearly he's not doing his job because he's like hungover or some shit." And so this knife man, the knife, is pretty much about to kill Sir Wilcock, and Bridget's like, "Gwen, do something." And Gwen's like, "I can't do anything. I'm just a girl. I'm just a little princess. I can't do anything." And Bridget's like, "Oh, fuck you. I'll go do something then." And she like jumps over to like help Sir Wilcock not die. And then Gwen's kind of like there panicking, like, "Oh my God, what do I do? Now Bridget's gonna get hurt. What do I do?" And then Gabe comes out of nowhere, and Gabriel's like, "Stop." And everyone stops. And I guess the Grandmaster appears, maybe. I don't know. Point is, everything stops.
He shows his bitch ass up.
Oh, the Gwen.
Yeah.
Gwen tells the guard to go find him.
Yeah. And then Gwen's like, "Oh my God, Gabriel, I'm so glad you're here to stop everything." And Gabe's like, "Why didn't you do anything, you dumb bitch?" He didn't say it like that, obviously. He loves his sister. But he's like, "Why didn't you do anything? If all it took was for me to say stop, like, you could have done the same. Because we're royals."
Yeah, that seemed like really not out of character for Gwen, but Gwen's been built up in such a way that when things do happen, she is like, "I'm just a girl, what do I do?" Like, no, fucking tell people to stop their shit, for fuck's sake.
It pissed me off because she's like, "I'm so much better than everybody," and I'm just like, "You should view me in a higher regard, and I like to order people around and dismiss them, but I can't tell people to stop."
Especially when someone's gonna die.
Yeah, especially somebody that she loves.
Is it someone she likes?
What, Bridget? What's happening?
I'm sorry, what's happened?
I don't know. I've lost. Okay, it's...
I think that's the end of that chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Gabe goes off, he's kind of steamed.
Yeah.
And she's kind of just ashamed of herself for a bit.
As she should be.
She should be.
As she should be. We're all agreed.
Yeah.
If Addie was here, Addie would agree as well. As she should be.
And then chapter 8 starts with Arthur waking up hungover.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't go to like a bunch of event. Like he kind of disappears after that, I believe, and just kind of sleeps and snoozes through shit.
Yeah.
Because Gwen gets furious at him when he does turn up again.
Yeah.
And she's like, if this is going to work, you need to kind of show up and pretend we're banging. We can't like bang ourselves. And he's like, fucking calm yourself.
Oh wait, I think he meets Gabriel at some point.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about the cat.
Before, sorry, my mistake.
So he wakes up, he's hungover, and he's like, yeah, I woke up earlier, sent the letter because I knew I wasn't getting up for this joust thing.
Yeah.
And then I guess he eventually gets up because he's like, I should probably eat something. And he runs into the cat. He's like, Lucifer, oh my gosh. And then Gabriel's like, this is my cat Merlin? What are you talking about?
This seemed like a bonding moment for Gabe and Art because they're talking about the cat. And Art says something about loving the cat. And Gabe's like, this is the most honest this fucker's ever been in his life. And it would be about a cat.
Yeah. Because at this point, it kind of just seemed like Gabe would also hate Arthur because his sister hates Arthur. So it's like, wow, they're talking and being civil. Wow.
I don't know why I didn't see it there before.
What? Do they go to the birds at this point? What's that later?
I thought it was later because...
I think it's, at night after the party.
Yeah.
Okay. There's like... The pacing in this book is kind of weird sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it's like a lot doesn't happen and it's kind of just conversation. And then so much happens and then it's like slows down again. And it's like, we're just talking.
Yeah. For like a whole chapter.
Yeah. And then it's like fucking 17 years later and shit's going down with Art and Gwen. Art's being a dick, Gwen's being a moany wee cow.
Yeah. He's basically...
And now you know the rest of the story.
He basically sulks and then Cindy's like, stop sulking, you live in a fucking castle. And you have a cat, and then he's like, it's not even my cat. And then Lucifer gets offended. And then Lucifer leaves at some point, and he's like, I may as well go out too since the cat's gone. Which, honestly, valid. That's probably the
Is that when he's speaking to Gwen? Like, him and Gwen have a bit of a heart-to-heart.
He runs into Gwen right after.
Yeah, he goes to her door.
Because I remember he says that to
why
Gwen.
weren't you here?
Yeah. Because he's like, are you ever not here? And she's like, are you ever where you're supposed to be? And this is when she sends Agnes out so she can yell at him.
And they have like lemon water and shit. Is that supposed to be was that supposed to be alcoholic, the lemon water? Because I got because it's mentioned as being kind of medicinal smelling, and I was like, is that some kind of alcohol
no,
with the lemon?
Gwen doesn't drink.
I assumed it was like her first time kind of drinking, so that's why they got a bit looser with each other. Like it was lemon laced with something. No, okay.
No,
I read that completely wrong.
It says like mint. I think it's just lemon and mint. It's just fancy water.
Yeah, that sounds gross.
Yeah.
Lemon water is tasty, but put some mint in with the lemon. That's gross. Why would you do that? Don't do that.
I agree. I'm not a fan of like mint water, mint and lemon water. No.
Yeah. I tried mint and cucumber water. That's disgusting.
Oh. So, like, they're arguing, and Gwen's like, you have to tell me pretty much, like, where you're going all the time. And Arthur's like, I don't want to. And then he brings up, like, I don't like being ordered around. And Gwen's like, I don't give orders. But she does.
And that's when they have the big heart-to-heart moment where he's like, remember how I broke my wrist? And she's like, I was a fucking kid. And he was like, yeah, and this is how I saw it. Like,
and this is what happened to me after, because...
Yeah.
didn't realize, of course she's a kid, so she didn't know that Arthur was getting his ass beat by his father every time he wasn't like the perfect little boy to Gwen. And Gwen's like, oh, shit. I'm so sorry for kind of being a brat, but like you were also a brat.
They were as bad as each other, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, circumstances, not ideal.
So the part of Art's dad, Art says, I put a toad in your bed because my dad said it was my sole purpose on this earth to unite our families and to make myself agreeable to you. And that if I couldn't even manage that, I was even more of a waste of space than he'd previously imagined. And she's like, what? No, he didn't. You were 9. And he's like, I remember distinctly, although he probably doesn't. He was drinking quite heavily by that point. Anyways, I did enjoy that little chat. And then Gwen's like, hence the toad. And he's like, hence the fucking toad.
Which was almost my favorite quote, just hence the fucking toad.
It is a good line.
Just that single line, like completely out of context,
Yeah.
just hence the fucking toad.
And she's like, I didn't know. And he's like, this is the worst hangover I've ever had.
But then how would she know? Like, he was 9, she was 5, I believe he says at one point. So, like, what's he going to do? Like, as a 9-year-old, is he going to go and be like, oh, hey, my dad said this to me, and as a 5-year-old, what's she supposed to do about it?
Yeah. But I guess they had their odd reasons for acting out towards each other.
Yeah. I think like that's just to show like Gwen's point of view has always been like, oh, he did all this bad stuff to me and I didn't like it. And his is like, yeah, I was literally being abused. And she's just like, I guess just to show that like he is a person with like shit happening to him. He's not just doing it because he's like a silly little boy who wants to fuck with her.
Yeah.
So it's just for her to realize that like, oh, he's a human, not like a 2-dimensional thing to
He has
hate.
substance.
Oh my god.
He's not a one-dimensional character.
Not like Agnes.
Or at least that was the intention.
Yeah.
That's what Lex was trying. I said what I said.
And then they end up calling a truce because they're tired. Basically. And she's like, where do you go? And he starts off jokingly, and then he's like, he just goes to inns and taverns. And he's like, there's only 2 he says that they have 2 drinking establishments called the Round Table, and they're 10 minutes apart. And she's like, I never go out into the city. And it doesn't surprise her because she has 4 cousins named Lancelot, 2 Percivals, and the court is rife with noble ladies called Morgan or Morgana. And there are no Mordreds.
I don't know a lot about the Arthur legend. Is Morgan/Morgana a big name in the Arthurian legend? I didn't get that bit.
That's his
I don't know a
sister.
whole... Oh, we're talking about like the legend though.
Yeah,
'Cause
Morgana is
That's his
Arthur's...
oh.
Or like no, sorry. Okay, I only know from Merlin, not from like... I just know from the BBC show. But, her dad was like besties with the king, and then he died, and he took her in at like a really, really young age. So essentially like a stepsister to Arthur.
The only thing I know about the Arthurian legend is the Disney Sword and the Stone,
I loved that movie.
where he's a fox and shit. No, he's
I don't
not a
know
fox.
shit.
That's Robin Hood.
Yeah.
He's like the old man with the beard, and there's the kid.
Yes. I thought you meant he got turned into a fox. And I was like, that might have
No, he
happened.
does get turned into a sparrow at one point,
He does.
and a fish.
We should watch that movie. It's so good.
We should. To and fro, stop and go. That's what makes the world go round. Let's watch that film. We're done with book club. Bye, everybody. Bye.
We're done with the summer.
No.
We're just gonna watch the movie instead.
Yeah.
Where were we?
At the end of that chapter is Art fox off into the night.
All I see is
Yeah,
what's
he's-
a little incest between family.
What?
Oh, that's right, because he was talking about everyone humping everybody. He used the word shagging.
No,
which is
I
word.
don't think that's... Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. I'm afraid everybody was shagging their brother. It was weird if you didn't shag your brother.
Is that word used as much outside
No.
the UK as it is? I feel like the only way people know that word is through Austin Powers, like very shagadelic baby and shit like that.
Yeah, no one
shag
here says
means
that.
No.
banging, basically.
You know, if you're talking about shag here, it's like shag carpet.
Shag carpets, shag
Yeah.
wool.
Yeah.
It's
Shaggy
material.
Yeah.
It's not a thing you do.
I was over here shagging is the banging.
Yeah.
Good to know. Knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
In Scotland, though, we call it winching, which is an even more
Winching.
bizarre term. Like when you're a teenage, when I was a teenager in high school, it's about, oh yeah, winching this weekend. This one.
That sounds painful.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah. It wasn't good.
Ugh.
Yeah. Any hoozles, I was just wondering if that word was as prevalent. Like, what did that word mean to you in the book or whatnot?
Oh, no. Like, I think people know what it is in
Yeah.
general. It's not used in conversation.
Yeah. It'd be, who are you fucking? That's it. And then he's like, why did your dad bring everyone to Camelot? It's stupid. And it's basically just to make the peace with the cultists, because there's a big divide. And he's like,
Yeah, so I guess he could have gone like to a more lavish, well-built city, but to avoid the cultists trying to overthrow him and like do a coup. It's like, well, come back to Camelot. This will be our capital, but Camelot is like super run down. And Gwen's like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, of course you don't. You don't leave the castle. You don't leave your room half the time.
yeah, there's a part where Gwen is like, oh, your father's they still talk about like cults and Catholics and stuff. She's like, your father is a cultist. And he's like, yeah, and my mom was Muslim and your father's Catholic. And she's like, what's your point? And he's like, that spiritually our cup overfloweth. And that he doesn't have to believe in what his dad believes in. And he doesn't know if he believes in anything. And she's like, I'm Catholic. Just automatically. She's like, well, actually, I don't go to Mass anymore. And Father can hardly kick off about it. But he's like, trying to encourage freedom of religion. And she's like, I stopped praying when? And basically when she had gay panic, she stopped praying.
Yeah. And that was another weird bit to me. Like, maybe it's a bit of a plot hole. Like, the whole book is built on this eventual battle between who's going to be king and whatnot. And she's like, well, I'm not Catholic anymore. So it's like, and my dad's encouraging freedom of religion. So in the world where his whole kingship is based on something, he's encouraging the exact opposite. It just felt weird to me.
Well, I think if I was like understanding it, I think it was just he felt like if he tries to rule as like this iron fist Catholic king, a lot of people would be very much against it. So he's like, well, maybe if I can get everyone to like live together peacefully and they can, like follow whatever religion they want and worship whoever they want, it'll be fine. And it wasn't.
It was not fun.
Yeah, it was very not fun.
And at some point, Arthur's like, no one's ever going to care as much as you do about the things you want, Gwen. So
Your mic cut off.
Oh, no. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of far back, and I'm leaning back. All right. He says that nobody else is ever going to care as much as you do about the things you want. So it's up to you. You can put them aside forever, or you can live with it. Basically saying, like, if, like, grow up and go kiss Bridget, or don't. Like, shit or get off the pot.
Yeah. You gotta lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go.
And then Gwen's like,
I don't know this song.
Me neither. And then Gwen's like, are you gonna do it? Oh, no. She's like, oh, no. She's asking if he's gonna go out. And he says, no, I'm going back to my rooms because I'm tired, ill-tempered, and my cat needs me. And she's like, what? You don't have a cat. Arthur, what cat? And that's the end of the chapter.
That's the bit I was thinking of. And she's like, what cat? What fucking cat, you prick?
And that's just like sitcom ending. Cut to commercial.
Executive producer Larry David.
Okay, Chapter 9.
We're nearly almost halfway of a quarter through this.
Yeah. It's 2 days later and the truce is holding. Yay!
They're friends.
And then she tells Art that he smells kind of like a tree. But she's trying to be nice.
Yeah, this was kind of funny. Especially when she was like, every part of this comes from a tree. What part of this doesn't come from a tree, you prick? That was funny.
And there's lots of guests. And then he tells her like twins are unnatural. And she's like, we're not twins and you know it. Arthur is very sensitive to the fact that they're the same height.
Are you saying things?
Yeah.
Oh. I just heard very sensitive to the fact and then quiet.
Oh. Peter, are you saying
Same with you,
something?
Peter. You're not saying anything.
That's because I was muted, that's why. Flip sides of the same coin.
We're doing great, guys.
This is just
We're
the best
doing
episode we've
amazing.
ever.
You know what? We can blame my
God.
haircut. We can blame my bangs. It
I-
threw
I-
everything off.
Yes. I am very much blaming your hair.
Thank you.
Can we phone your hairstylist and give him a bollocking live on the
You
show?
can, but she's Korean, so there might be a bit of a language barrier.
That's I do not care a joke. Right, speakerphone.
They're eating some sort of a meal. Agnes is there. And, there's something about cultists, and he says, no, just little pockets of potential unrest. They're popping up everywhere, but especially in the north. And she says, oh, if we send all the men to the north, who's going to protect us? And he says, I don't know, probably you. Which, like, sure, why not? If I can throw her into the mix, why don't we? And they just keep talking about how bad it could potentially be. Her dad's like, ugh, that's the problem with compromise. Eventually everyone loses. They talk about the wizard.
That's
And,
right, they have a wizard.
the king leaves. Yeah, but he doesn't actually do magic.
Yeah, he's more ceremonial wizard. Not ceremonial, the word? Like somebody who just kind of is very name only, whatever that is ceremonial, isn't it?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess. Like he's a faux wizard, a faux-zard.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It doesn't feel like the right word. I think there is another word.
There is another word for it.
But
figurehead, wizard. But like, there's a different word for it, not figurehead.
yeah, no.
Metaphorical wizard. What is this fucking word?
It'll come
Like,
up. We'll think of
placeholder?
it.
Oh, no.
I was thinking
You ask
placeholder
Carry On, I'm
too,
gonna
but
think
I
of
was
this one.
like, I
Yeah.
don't think it's that either. You know what? Look, pull up a thesaurus and let us know what it is.
You know what? I will.
Oh, this is when Agnes goes out with Sydney. She's like kind of sneaking out, and Gwen's like, "You know, you're allowed to go out, Agnes. I don't really care what you get up to, as long as you don't wake up when you get back." Which I thought it was weird that they share a room.
It's like a room adjoining hers. So like, I guess they're separated by like a door, an actual door. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, the lady waiting is in another room just
But
so
that-
she can like attend to her whenever.
So then, how fucking loud is Gwen when she sleeps?
So
Gwen
loud.
was having some nice dreams.
She's having the loudest wet dreams.
Like, that was crazy. Like, I thought she was in the same room, and that's why she could hear. Because I think even Sydney is in the same room as Art.
Yeah, they're
Sydney
sharing
is in
They've
the
got
same
a
room, but I think they did describe like Gwen and Agnes's like room arrangements.
Okay.
So it sounded like Agnes is in a different room, just separated by like a door.
Oh, okay.
I vaguely
And then-
remember they said that Sydney had like a cot in the corner, but in the next
Yeah.
room, Art had like a small 4-poster bed, but still a 4-poster bed. So he had
Oh.
like the main.
Oh, so
bed.
he also... yeah, I was very confused. Because that's what I thought it was like in real life. Like, they had their own like offshoot of a room. So that they
Yeah.
could be there. That's why I was like, why are they in the same room? I don't get it. Apparently, I just misunderstood. And then she's like, yeah, I don't care where you go as long as you don't wake me up when you get back. And then there's a knock on the door.
Don't wake me up when you go.
And Gwen says, who is that? And Agnes says, nobody. And then someone hisses through the door, Agnes, it's Sydney. Open the door. And she's like, I don't know what he's doing here. And he's like, are we early? And so they're basically there on time. Art's also there. They want to sneak out the window for crimes. Oh, this is when they're going to the party.
Yeah, the party for Morgana Le Fay? What's her actual name? Is it Morgan or Morgana?
I think
or
it was
there
Morgan
never?
Le Fay.
Okay.
I may be wrong though.
Yeah, it's Morgan Le Fay. It's a secret gathering for her birthday. Oh, man.
This part also made me annoyed with Gwen because she's like, what the hell is Morgan's Day? I've never heard of it. And oh my gosh, they have a party in, like, within, not the castle walls, but, like, not in town? If that,
Yeah.
I guess, like, somewhere on the castle grounds. And she's like, I never knew about this. It's like, bitch, you live here! You were the worst princess. You don't give a fuck about your people and what's going on. You didn't even know the town was run down. You don't know about Morgan's Day or the party. Gabriel knows about it. I don't like her.
Tell us how you really feel, Jam.
Question 2, if you could offer advice to any of the characters, what would it be, Jam?
She's the reason I didn't finish the book, okay? But anyways, wow, Morgan's Day.
Woo. Gwen invites herself to this party. And then they start going. Do.
But then Gabriel shows up at some point.
Yeah, he shows up.
And he's like, oh, I want to go too. I just need to go grab my cloak or something.
Yeah, they have a thing against cloaks. I'm trying to, like, speed this up a little.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm kind of over it, if I'm being honest.
So they go to the, I at least remember, like, this part. They go to this secret party place, and it turns out only the women, like, only women are allowed. And so the guys are like, oh. And so, it, like, they separate for a bit. Mm-hmm. So Agnes and Gwen go into the party, and then Sydney decides he's going to wait out for his lady, because he loves her. And Gabe and Arthur decide to fuck off, and Gabe's like, I'm gonna go hang out with my falcons at the falconry, whatever it's called, my birds. I'm gonna go talk on my birds. You should come with me because I need your help with something. I don't remember if
they go to the library first.
Oh, yes, they go to the library, and then I think Gabe nerds out about Arthurian history, however they call it. And I think he has a heart-to-heart with Art about, like, the kind of king he wants to be and, like, what he's doing with life.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you should help me with my bird.
Yeah, because Gabe is like, I want to be a king like King Arthur. Everyone loved him. So if I study him, I'll be a king like him and everyone will like me. But
yeah.
Is this the part where he says he wants to put money into, like, education?
Yeah, I think Art has, like, asked him, like, well, what do you want to do aside from, like, being this perfect figurehead? Like, what do you actually want to do? And then Gabe's like, well, I have some ideas. I think that's where that happens.
I have the words.
So.
What's the word?
Okay, so I was flicking through the book to try to find it, see if they said it there. Then I just typed in fake leader into Google, and it came up with symbolic head, figurehead, mouthpiece, ceremonial figurehead.
I feel like symbolic was the word we were thinking of.
Symbolic was probably the word, but forgotten what it was.
Ceremonial
figurehead sounds good as well. So that's what this wizard is in the house. So did you like this book? What do you think of it?
Peter, we're not done. Long story short, they go mess with some birds. Arthur's like, ooh, this is kind of creepy. And Gabe's like, just hold her. I need to do something. Blah, 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 blah. They have a moment. They kiss.
And then Gabe runs away.
And Gabe's like, oh my God. And he kind of runs away. And then he's just waiting outside of the place, the falconry place, because he's like, I actually have to lock the door because you don't have the key. And Arthur's like, oops, my bad. And then Gabe leans in and kisses him. And then he's like, gotta go. Gabe panic. Can't be doing this. He runs off. Then they go back to the party.
There was a lot of the gay beer in it.
Oh, I want to rename this book. It's just Gwen and Art are gay panicking. That's the book.
That'd be so accurate.
Like, it's
all just gay panic.
It is.
So back at the party, Agnes is stuck with Gwen, and she's not loving it. And Gwen's realizing that obviously Agnes is not loving it with her. And she's like, you can go hang out with your friends. It's fine. And Agnes is like, are you sure? I wouldn't want to leave you alone. But obviously
she says she's halfway out the door already. She got her hat on, got her jacket on. Are you sure? Are you sure already? I put my handbag on. Are you sure?
So Gwen kind of like dismisses Agnes, and she gets to go hang out with her friends. And she's kind of just there being awkward, but she bumps into Bridget, and Bridget's like, oh my God, what are you doing here? Are you following me? Not like, this time. I didn't even know you were here. And then Bridget introduces Gwen to her friends, but kind of disguises her and says, this is my cousin. Like, Gwen's my cousin from, like, distant cousin. We look nothing alike.
Yeah, one's Thai, one's white.
One's got bright red hair. The other doesn't. Yeah, and so the friends are like, okay, sure, we buy this. Because we love you, Bridget. You're our friend. Yeah. And they get to this part in the ritual, not the ritual, but the party where they have to do this ritual, and they all have to say something, not negative, but something they want to give away. Oh, Peter's gone.
No, Peter!
Bollocks on a bollock stick. I'm sorry, I accidentally breathed and knocked my webcam out.
I'm Peter now.
Who am I? I'm still me.
You're still you.
Still Jam. I'm so sorry. I won't be able to get it back unless I disconnect and reconnect. Should I do that?
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Whoops, that's the wrong thing to pull out.
Should I keep going?
Yeah, you may as well.
No, I can't hear it.
Okay. So they have to say one thing that they want to give away from, like, whatever, and something they want to gain, I guess. And this old lady who's been doing it for, like, centuries.
Strength, I think, right?
Yeah. So they do that, and then Gwen realizes, like, if I do this, people are going to realize I am the princess, and I don't know if they're going to enjoy or be happy that I am here. And she tries to leave, like, Bridget tries to get her out. And then there's a lady guarding the door, and she's like, you can't leave before you do the ritual. And so she does the ritual. I forgot what she says. She does it, like, out of order, but they're all like, it's fine.
Oh, for Gwen?
Yeah.
That she's consistent with her embroidery, and that she's a coward.
Yeah.
Is this when they have, like, is it the sage or shit, and they're throwing it in the fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So her strength is the embroidery, and then weakness is that she's a coward. Cool. And then they leave.
Oh, and then
they're allowed to leave.
Bridget's weakness is that she's stubborn, and her good thing is that she knows who she is, and then they leave.
Which is better than what Gwen said.
Yeah. I'm consistent with my embroidery. You could have just said, I'm a consistent person, I stick to my plans. Like, I'm dependable. No one gives a fuck about your embroidery, Gwen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, it's good for you that you enjoy sewing and you've got fingertips that could, like, hold fire, but come on now, not everyone cares about that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out where in the book we are, because apparently this took, like, 3 chapters, maybe?
Oh, this is when they go to the Falcons.
Oh, I did it out of order.
That's fine.
Oh well, we know what happens.
Yeah. That just means we can skip on through. Oh, Art's gay panic is that he doesn't think he should be liking Gabriel, even if he is nice to birds. And Sydney calls him out on it. Yeah, and Sydney asks if this is treason. because he's supposed to be marrying Gwen.
That is an awkward situation.
Right? I'm not gonna lie. There was, like, I thought I knew how it was gonna end, but it didn't end like that, and I was like, oh, okay.
I still don't know how it ends.
It's honest. We'll get to that.
We'll get there.
I have things to say about it.
Gwen and Bridget, I think we're at chapter 13 now.
Yeah.
They're leaving or something for the night, I guess. And at some point, Bridget's like, I could teach you how to sword fight. Like, maybe that'll help with her cowardice shit.
Yep.
Maybe this will help you stop being I'm just a lady.
I'm just a girl.
I'm just a girl.
Just a baby. Yeah, Gwen surprisingly is like, yeah, you know what? I do want to learn how to sword fight because that means I get to be with you.
Aww.
But she doesn't say all that.
In fairness, if a girl came up to me and was like, "You want me to teach you how to sword fight?" I'd imagine her like putting her arms around me, like, "Okay, hold the sword like this," like doing that whole thing, and I would be like, "Absolutely fucking yes! I do not care how much money I have to give you. Take my life, take my house. You can marry me, put a ring on it. Just teach me how to do these things, please."
Peter, we should find you some sword fighting lessons.
We absolutely should. Yes.
Just post like a wanted ad. It's like strong woman who can sword fight.
Like, you live in fucking Scotland. There's no goddamn way there is not a single sword fighting class.
There's gotta be someone out there. Anyways, Gwen's like, yes, teach me. And then it's the next morning. It's the next morning. I think she had forgotten. What's in Ruthin? What are they talking about here? It's the next morning. She's talking to Gabe, I guess, and they're having breakfast, and she's realizing, like, I haven't seen my parents in forever, because I guess some shit's gone down, and they had to, like, make a quick trip out kind of north, but not quite. And apparently there was, like, an attack on a church, so I'm guessing there was, like, a cultist attack on the Catholics, or it might have been the other way around. No, it was an attack on the cultists. Something's gone wrong in the kingdom, and the king and queen have gone to check on it. Gwen realizes that Gabriel's acting weird, and he's like, no. I'm not panicking. I'm fine. What are you talking about? And then he asks...
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what this whole book reminded me of? You know that scene in Friends where I think it's Rachel and Joey find out Monica and Chandler are dating, and they're like, "Do you know something?"
Yeah.
Well, I know. Do you know something? Well, I might know something. Do you know something? That's what that whole book could be condensed down to about 35 seconds.
Pretty much. Yeah, Gabe's like onto her shit. He's like, I know you're not telling me everything. And she's like, why? What did Arthur tell you? And he's like, this isn't about him. This is about you. What aren't you telling me? And then she says, when I told you that Arthur and I had made a deal, it was he knew something about me, or he thought he did. I told him he was wrong, but he wasn't. He was right. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, I've wanted something I don't think I can have. Yeah, it's not going so hot. And she's like, I know this isn't the life that you would have chosen for me. And Gabe's like, I never said that. And she's like, no, I don't. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Let me start over. I'm not in love with Arthur. And he's like, yeah, I know. And she's like, well, I never liked anyone that way. Not properly. But lately there's someone. And she, like, goes on and on, basically, until she says she is in love with Bridget. And she expects him to be surprised. And
supportive.
Yeah. She thought that he'd be chill and be like, oh, it'll be fine. Instead, he's not smiling. He's like, are you sure? And she's like, sure about what? I don't know if I can be sure about anything, because I haven't done anything. But I do like her, and I have for a while. I know there's nothing I can do about it, and soon I'll be married to Arthur. But that doesn't stop it from being true. And then the little fucking hypocrite is like, I don't think this is a good idea. And she's like, what do you mean? Mm-hmm. She's like, it's not ideal, but, like, I can't control it. Like, what do you mean? Like, it is what it is. And he's like, I can't hear this. And then he leaves.
I hated that part. It was like, you son of a bitch. You were
Like,
kissing boys just
you
last
were
night,
kissing
and now
her-
you can't hear this?
Not even kissing boys. He was kissing her fiance last night. Like, it's not even like he's just going around kissing randoms. Like, literally her fiance. And he's like,
Trade your sister already.
Yeah, and early in the book they were saying about how close they were. Like, Gwen's the only one who's ever made Gabe smile, and they tell each other everything. And then Gwen doesn't tell him about the thing with Art, and it all starts crumbling down. They're kissing each other's partners and shit. It's wild.
Suddenly they're all keeping secrets, and it's like lack of communication.
And then Agnes comes in, and Gwen's like, "Where were you? I had to dress myself." I was like, "Girl, come on, be for real. What do you mean you had to dress yourself?"
She like blows up on Agnes, and she's such a bitch to her just because she's having a bad time. It's like, wow, Agnes deserves better.
Yeah, and then Gwen says, "For Christ's sake, he's a body man, a common servant. Your position here is highly coveted by every noble lady at court, as you well know. Your father didn't even send you here. Your father didn't send you here to throw it all away on a man who always has soup on his sleeves."
That seems to be everyone's kind of consensus of Sydney, is that he's covered in soup and stew all the time.
Yeah.
Like
This
when
poor
R
man.
points out Sydney for the first time, it's like he's got soup in his face and he's like, oh,
Yeah.
and shit like that with the soup, with the stew.
Yeah.
Just to me because, like, spoilers, it wasn't Arthur that was fucking people. It was Sydney that was going around fucking deflowering maidens. And it's like, how is he pulling these women if he's got soup on his sleeves all the time? Like, if he's really as short and as ugly as everyone's saying he is.
All I could see in my head was LeFou from Beauty and the Beast. And I could hear it as well. Like, gosh, Gaston, they don't stand a chance against you.
Like, he's the most unpleasant, rude man, but every woman wants to sleep with him. Like, clearly there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
Which you can tell is fiction, because if everyone wanted to sleep with an ugly guy, then I wouldn't be here right now. You know, it's bullshit. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't work in real life, Lex Croucher. I wish it did. Give me some sage to throw in a fire or some shit.
You just gotta walk around with soup on your sleeves.
Yeah, see, that's a missing piece.
That's what I'm missing. I do.
You gotta be a body man.
Yeah.
You have to have soup on your sleeves.
This is important stuff.
And some stew in your beard. Come on, Peter. You're not even trying.
I
You
don't
gotta
even
grow
have
a beard. Step 1.
Step 1, grow a beard. Step 2, eat a lot. Well, I already eat a lot of soup anyway, so soup is. I had soup for dinner tonight. I had Scotch broth, and it was actually kind of gross, but it was fine. Good enough.
Oh my
I'm fed.
gosh.
Okay.
He's on his way to being a Superman.
I am. I'm going to be LeFou.
Gonna
Not
be
LeFou. What's this guy's
Sydney-fied.
name? Sydney. That's my guy.
Sydney. Agnes apologizes, even though she didn't do anything wrong. And then she
said Agnes
runs
again?
away. No, I didn't.
I absolutely heard anus. What did you hear, Jam?
I heard Agnes.
I heard anus. Maybe I'm just hearing what I want to hear.
I think you are, Peter. You're thinking about sleeping with women who like soup, and that's where your mind goes. What can I say?
Yeah. I have a very specific type. Maybe that's why I'm still single. I'm so sorry. What am I talking about? This is why I won't be here next month. I'll be replaced by somebody else.
I'm gonna put out a wanted ad for a Scotsman who likes soup. Those are our requirements.
We had one, it didn't work out, so we're out for another one. It's like when I named the show the Peter Greenwood Show to make it harder to fire me. Bring me another Peter Greenwood. He must do the show. Well, you know, that didn't work out so hot. But you can find another one. It'll be fine. I'll be off doing sword fighting. We've lost the plot, haven't we?
We have
Back to Gwen and
Oh, yes,
Agnes.
the book club.
Agnes.
Yes.
I think Agnes is like, do you want to go on a walk? And Gwen's like, no, too late now.
The
I don't wanna
day's
go anywhere with you.
ruined.
My day
But
is
then
immeasurably
somebody's
ruined.
like, you have a guest. Or some shit like that. And it turns out
Yeah.
it's Bridget.
And then they basically go sword fight.
Yeah, they go to somewhere. They go to like the sword master keeper. And it's like Bridget's like, I need to teach her how to sword fight. And the guy's like, no, why would I give the princess a sword? And Gwen's like, it's for a play I'm gonna put on for my father. And the guy's like, okay, sure. Here's a sword.
Yeah.
And then I think Arthur shows up at some point, and so does Gabriel.
Yeah.
But that's later into the lesson. And then for some reason, Swordmaster Man guy is like, oh, now's a good time for Gabe and Arthur to sword fight, and he can practice, and you can do that. And Arthur's like, I can't hold a sword because somebody broke my arm once upon a time.
Yeah, he never gets over that.
In fairness, today, what day? It's just taking it is today. Yes, today, on the 29th of June, 21 years ago, I was in a car crash and broke my wrist, and it still hasn't worked right, and I don't even have to throw swords and shit, so
I feel like
all I have to do is press buttons. So, in fairness, let's get off Art's back, shall we?
No, he should use his other hand. He has two.
Which hand was injured? Was it his like dominant hand?
I would assume so. If he's being a little bitch.
Yeah, implied to be like his dominant hand, like his sword hand, because that's all he whines about.
But if he cared, he would simply use his other hand. I'm just saying.
He doesn't care enough.
No.
Yeah.
So there is a way to fix it. He just doesn't want to.
Yeah. So that's on him.
Yeah.
They do the thing. They have the sword fight. I'm pretty sure Gabriel wins, and then he runs off. I think.
Yeah.
I think originally it was Arthur was going to fight his fiance, because like, why not? And then Gwen was like, actually, Bridget's going to fight you. And then Gabe showed up. And then Swordmaster was like, actually, we should have Gabriel join.
There's reasons.
And then they did.
This is like 2 chapters long. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of just like slow paced writing at this point, and then things speed along suddenly.
Yeah. But that's another step in the evolution of Gabriel, because at the start he's very like, did you know in this book this says 1782 and shit like that.
It's the biggest nerd.
Yes, he is like just the most like he will pull out a book and read facts and figures to you, so him picking up a sword is kind of implied
and actually
to be
being good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he could be that perfect king-like figure, I guess. But then he has gay panic and runs away.
Yeah.
Oh, but first Arthur calls Gwen his cross to bear. And Gabriel's like, she's not your cross. And he's like, okay, but whatever. Once you're a king, you can make it how you want. And Gabe's like, I'm not having this conversation. And then he basically leaves.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then we move on to the hunt, chapter 15, if I'm correct.
Oh, Jesus.
I might have skipped.
Yeah, I think
so
this is
during the middle of the tournament season, I guess they take a break to have this hunt thing, which is what you just do in medieval times. You have a hunt.
There's reasons.
Yeah. And things happen.
Bridget goes.
Gwen. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's all. That was my contribution. Bridget's at the hunt.
Yeah, Bridget goes to the hunt, and they're all there with their birds, and it's a great time. But then I was like reading through this real fast, because I was like, why are we here? Yeah. But yeah, Bridget starts having some cramps because menstrual pain, and I'm pretty sure she has endometriosis. Yeah. Anyways, it's real bad, and the men there aren't taking it seriously, and she's like, Gwen is like, I'm gonna take her back to the castle because she can't be here. She's in pain.
Yeah, she but before that, she's like, out.
Yeah, she's like, let me give you a massage because that helps apparently. I mean, Bridget's the one that says like massages can kind of help, and she's like, ooh, I got to touch her. But anyways, they go back to the castle to get a doctor, and Gwen's like, have you spoken to a doctor about this? And she's like, yeah, but all the doctors, who are of course men, are like, it's just some pain, get over it, it's not a big deal. And she's like, no, we're gonna change that because I'm the princess, and we're gonna have the wizard, because the doctor comes in again and it's like, it's just menstrual pain, you'll be fine. And the wizard's like, here's some stuff that you can brew into a tea, which will help. And I guess that does help. I'm not sure. But that's the hunt. Did I miss anything? I don't think a lot happens.
No, pretty much, like, just, they talk about birds a lot, and the birds don't like her because she never takes care of them.
Yeah.
But I don't think it ever, like, it doesn't come up again. So it's kind of irrelevant.
There was something about a bird later, like, during the coup. There was like, I think that's my bird, but that's it.
That was Arthur's bird. Not Arthur's. That was Gabriel's bird, though. They just keep talking about, like, in this chapter, they like, keep talking about, like, Gwen's bird. It's like, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah. I forgot the name of Gwen's bird.
No.
Do you need a break? Should we take a break now?
I just want this part to be over.
Also, Bridget's friend, I don't know, the one that works in the kitchen, gave Gwen a necklace that she eventually gives to Art. I don't know if that's significant at all because I didn't finish the book. So that happens.
Oh, I think this. I think the only thing that we missed is that I think one of Bridget's friends calls her out at this point to be like, "Oh, I know you were at the thing."
Oh, like, I know you're the princess who was at the party.
Yeah, I think.
And you're not actually the cousin.
Yeah, I think it happens now.
Yeah, I think it's the same friend that gives her the necklace.
Yeah.
Or talisman, or whatever they call it.
Oh my god. Okay, so chapter 15, the pain hasn't even started yet. The pain starts in chapter 16. So it was a whole chapter of talking about birds.
Talking about birds and being awkward and gay.
In fairness, chapter 17 for us like 2.5 hours ago.
It cuts to Arthur.
He was on the floor? I read this part, okay, guys. I've read the book. I just don't remember this shit. Why is he on the floor? Why is he passed out? Was he drinking again?
I think he's drunk, yeah. And then Gwen's like, you could choose not to drink so much wine. And then this is when he's bleeding. Oh, is this when he gets beat up?
No, not yet. He had run from a tavern, him and Sydney. I guess Sydney had almost gotten caught or something like that, and he was running, and then he got his wrist or something caught somewhere, and he didn't notice he was bleeding until he got back. And then Sydney's, like, at the bottom of Gwen's window puking. And then Arthur is, like, passed out because he's drunk and also kind of losing blood. And then Gwen's like, here, let me bandage you while you're kind of unconscious. Like, get your shit together. And then he kind of does get his shit together. Kind of, like, spend the night. Like, Gwen's on the floor with him, but she's still awake. And I think Agnes walks in. Somebody walks in. I forgot why. But she walks in, and then she walks out.
And then Grandpa Simpson walking in, putting his hat down, sees Bart, puts it back on, walks right back out again.
Yeah, and then what's his face? I'm forgetting their names. Art gets up and he goes to Gabriel's room because they're gonna talk about the situation that they had. And I don't remember if it was as they're leaving, there was an assassin, but then Bridget was also in the castle.
You missed that Gwen kissed Art.
Oh, right, because they wanted to see if they would have any kind of feelings.
They have, like, a whole heart-to-heart moment on the floor.
On the floor?
Yeah, I think, aren't they sitting on the floor together still?
Yeah, they're on the floor still.
Yeah. So they have a heart-to-heart.
I must have missed that bit.
On the floor. And then this is, like, where they start talking more about being gay, and Gwen's, like, figuring shit out. And she thinks
she's like, I want to be more like you.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I guess this is where Arthur's like, I actually wasn't the one fucking a bunch of maidens. I've only had one boyfriend, and he was abusive.
Yeah. Gawain.
And then they kiss.
Yeah.
Because, like, why not? That's what teenagers do.
Ooh, they smooching. Everyone's smooching in this book.
Because Art says you should
just... a lot of smooching.
He says, you should just fall in love with me. I can't love you back, but I might grow fond of you.
Such a douchebag thing to say.
Yeah. I think he does say it like to be silly. Like it says he says it in an attempt to lighten the mood. So he is trying to be like he says it in a silly way. He's not like being serious about it at least. This is when he becomes a little bit more normal.
Yeah, this is when I started to like actually like him as a character.
Yeah.
I still did not like Gwen.
No.
No matter what.
So yeah, this is where they kiss. Oh, he says like he kissed Sydney. And that it was
he liked it.
Yeah. And he says that it was very damp because they were in the river. So. Oh yeah, and then that's when they kiss, and then he leaves, and then he goes to Gabriel's room to yell at. Oh, because I think she tells Arthur what happens with Gabe, like what happened, and so then he goes to yell at him to be like, "How dare you say that to your sister when you're also gay? Like, don't put your shit on her."
Make her feel like she's horrible.
Yeah.
So he goes to find Gabe, and then they talk, kind of, and Gabe's like, "Don't talk to me. Don't be in my room." No, wait, were they at the library or were they
No, they're in his room.
Okay. And he's studying Battle of Badon.
Yeah.
Whatever. He's being a nerd in his room late at night. He can't sleep, obviously, because he's thinking about his crush and his gay panic.
Yeah.
More like Gabe panic.
And then Arthur's like, your sister thinks that you hate her because she's gay. And Gabe's like, it has nothing to do with her. It's everything to do with me. Because I can't like boys. I gotta be king, and kings have to be straight.
Yep. God forbid you have a gay king. That's never happened in history.
And then Art's like, you're gonna be king. You can do whatever you want. You can change things. And then Gabe's like, I can't do that. People won't like it. That's pretty much the conversation that goes on for pages.
Yeah.
And then I think they kind of almost kiss. And Gabe's like, no, I can't do this. I want to kiss you, but I can't.
No, they did kiss.
Oh my god, they kissed.
Smooching too.
And then Art's bandage falls off, which is important for the next chapter.
Oh, he does tell Gabe that he kissed his sister. And then this is when everyone comes bursting in through the door. And Gabe's like, what are you doing? And then he says, shit. And before he can stop himself, a hand flies to his mouth. I don't think I needed to read that part out loud. But here comes Bridget. She's in the corridor with a sword raised. And there's a dead man on the ground who is holding a dagger. And Arthur considered his options. And with one hand braced against the doorframe, he bent at the waist and vomited.
Valid, I guess.
Yeah. I feel like you're already drunk, and then you see a dead guy there. I feel like that's a pretty good reaction.
That's true.
At least he didn't vomit on the dead guy. Like, he's already dead. You can't make it much worse. Oh, wait, you vomited on me.
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny.
So disrespectful. Like, if I'm already dead, sure, I don't care what happens to my body, but don't vomit on me.
Yeah.
It's not a real dead guy.
It was Victoria who wanted to do it.
It's a fictional dead guy. It's fine. I want to do it to
make sure
a real
Victoria
dead
is
guy.
like 2-3 rows back at our funerals, Jam.
God, banned for my funeral. I'm moving on. Chapter 19. Because we're only almost halfway through.
I was supposed to be the DJ.
Oh.
Alright, so Gwen gets woken up by the guards coming through the door to make sure she hasn't been killed. And then they talk about it, and she's like, what's going on? Where's Dad? Is that blood?
And I think they all go to, the throne room or some room.
They're
all escorted.
Yeah, they go somewhere.
They're like, what the fuck happened? How is everyone's condition? And they're like, I'm alive, Gwen's alive, Queen's alive, King's alive. And then the other three show up. I don't know if Sydney was there, but I think it's just Gabriel, Bridget, and parts.
Yeah, I think it's just the main
And then-
four at this point.
Yeah, just the main cast.
Yeah, and they're like, what happened? And Bridget's like, I killed a man.
I
To be
shot
fair,
a
the man was like
in
lurking around I forgot what they call the chambers, but like the royal chambers or
the
the
royal
chambers?
wing.
Yeah. So
At the
some
front of the
strange
book.
man was there.
There is a map of the castle.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I know you
Nice.
can't see it very well, but like that's describes where they hang out and shit.
So yeah, Bridget was like, I was there because I was coming to check on Gwen. It's late at night at this time, isn't it? So, or is it early in the morning?
I think it's
I always thought it was
nighttime.
quite nighttime, quite late.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was
Gwen's
like, why
asleep.
is Bridget there? Even as a friend, like to check on your princess friend, like what are you doing? But okay,
She's
but she was
bringing-
there.
To bring her a sword. And then the
I
king's
mean,
like,
I always bring my friends swords at like 3:30 in the morning. Psst, Jam, are you awake? Here's a sword,
I'd be
bud.
fine with that.
yeah, it must be like maybe like 4 or 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because maybe Bridget's like waking up, so like that's when she starts her day. But
Oh, that's
Arthur
fair.
just hasn't gone to bed yet, and neither has Gabe. And Gwen's probably just getting into bed after chatting with Arthur all night.
Yeah.
Is that what
So
you crazy
Bridget's
kids
like,
call it these days? They're chatting.
Bridget says she was here to bring her, like, Gwen a sword, and when she was in the hallway, this weird man suddenly turned around and pulled a knife on her, and she killed him. And so they ask whatever this man's job is, guy who hires the guards, they're like, who the fuck was this man, and what was he doing here? And I'm pretty sure the next couple of chapters, the guy's like, it was just a lone, like a rogue guard person who was trying to assassinate Gabe. It definitely was not an organized threat.
Definitely not.
I think that's the rest of this chapter because it's not very long.
And the guard comes. They're like, "Ooh, we're gonna give you more guards." And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and then Gwen sleeps in Gabe's room.
Yeah.
I completely forgot who Gabe was there. I was going to be like, oh, they're smooching too, but...
No.
No
I remember
No
smooching.
incest.
Yes. Maybe just a little incest?
No.
Just as a treat?
Ew.
That's not a sentence I ever thought I'd say in my whole life. But
Don't say it ever again.
I promise I wouldn't pose never again.
This was 2 chapters? It was chapter 21 now? Huh?
Well, chapter 20, I think, is, oh, that's when Gwen sees the bandage in, Gabe's room. And she's like, I know that's Arthur's bandage, because it's part of the blanket that she was embroidering as, like, their wedding present or something.
Mm-hmm. And she's like, what was he doing here?
And he's like, I don't know, what are you talking about? And then that's when she realizes that they've been kissing. Ooh.
Ooh. And then
Wait,
next
who's smooching?
chapter. No, that's when Gwen realizes that Art and Gabe were kissing at some point.
Oh.
And that Gabe has a crush on Art, maybe, or at least likes men. So I guess Gabe kind of explains why he was panicking, and Gwen forgives him. But personally, if I was Gwen, not as stuck up and bitchy as Gwen is, but if I was in her position, I'd be like, you need to earn my trust. This is going to take a bit because what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then Gwen goes back to... Gwen wakes up after having fallen asleep. Gabe's sleeping in his chair. She leaves. And then, she goes and she finds Gwen. She goes to find Gwen. She goes and finds Bridget. And then she's like, I just wanted to make sure that you were okay after the last night. Are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm
After
fine.
murdering somebody.
Yeah. She's like, I've been training to fight since I was young. I knew this would happen. I'm fine with it. It's fine. And then it's not so fine.
And then it's a joust again.
Well, I think they
Right.
kiss, don't they?
Do they? Maybe.
Yeah, they do.
There's a lot of kissing between them.
They do. This is the first time they kiss, I think.
Who's kissing now?
Gwen and Bridget.
Gwen and Bridget.
And they keep kissing. And then something about an arm, and then more kissing. And then... Oh, Bridget says this feels like it's a dream because she's so tired. And Gwen's like, it's not a dream, trust me. In the dream, you're always on a unicorn.
Your mic cut out again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Don't do that.
Oh, so it didn't cut out that time.
And it was
I don't know why. It's
really...
just like randomly, because I think you're talking loud enough. I'm not sure why. It's just like, I don't want to hear Victoria right now.
It hates
But it was
me.
cutting out all the really good bits. Like, there was something about an arm and then they're kissing and then it's right
What's
on.
going on?
We never found out anything.
Well, I unplugged it and replugged it in. Hopefully that helps. Listen, sometimes
You
it's
did it
Peter.
again.
I don't know what's going on.
It's just I unplugged it and replugged again, and something about the computer.
I don't know what to
Maybe
do.
it's Discord.
I don't think I have like noise suppression on or anything though, because it kept doing that before.
It kept doing it to me. Was it last meeting or was it game
Yeah.
night you said was doing it to me?
I don't
I
remember.
know game night it was doing it to like everybody.
Okay. What if I just don't turn on input sensitivity?
Maybe.
Oh, echo cancellation. We'll turn that off. And no noise suppression. No gain control. I don't know what bypass system audio input processing means.
Maybe leave it at how it is right now. We'll see
Okay.
if that helps.
Alrighty.
Okay, so now go back to the really dirty bits. What was happening?
Oh no,
They were
that's
kissing.
that's between me and the stream. You guys will never know.
Yeah, there's no way
am
we
a-
could ever know. Page 412. So, Gwen
You'll never know. It's a secret.
yeah, that's between you and Lex Croucher
Yeah.
and Gwen and Bridget. Excuse me.
And then Art sees Gwen, and he's like, "You're so perky." Which is a weird thing to say to a woman, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think now they're sitting to watch the joust or whatever part of the tournament thing's happening that day. And he's like, wow,
Yeah.
you're so perky.
Are they still pretending to be together at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah.
they are.
And then Gwen tells Art, I was like, yeah, I kissed Bridget. And he's so proud of her.
I liked it.
But
Now
first,
it's like they're actually friends.
first she says, "I know about you and Gabe."
Gasp.
Gwen's like, I kissed a knight and I liked it. And I was
yeah.
like, I kissed a Gabe and I liked it.
Because they were talking about Art, and then Bridget comes out, and then she gets distracted. He's like, "Wait a second, we were talking about me." And then she shushes him. And then that's when he realizes that she kissed her. Da 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 da. And says a lot of really gross things.
And I think Gwen doesn't understand any of the gross things. And I also
No.
did not understand the gross things.
What page
No.
are you on? I will explain
It's
the gross
just like
things.
Art making a bunch of weird old-timey innuendos, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what page that was. That's just
258.
like a,
258. Because I was wondering if maybe it was like British or something.
No, it's just stupid. Unless you ground her corn means something to you.
so
Oh,
silly.
that is gross. I love to make a good joke, but I wouldn't even say that. That's disgusting. How dare you?
You got your lance wet. You gave her green gown. Green gown. I don't know what that means.
I don't get that. I mean, I can understand getting your lance wet, but
I don't know.
Anyways. I don't think Arthur even knows what that means. I think he just makes shit up.
Yeah.
He's just saying shit.
I have no idea what that's like. Just making noise in the world, catching up with what you're saying.
I think after tournament stuff,
Yeah.
Arthur receives a letter, or I guess Sydney received a letter from Arthur's father to give to Arthur.
Yeah.
And that immediately upsets him, like upsets Arthur, because he don't like his dad, because his dad's a prick.
Yep. Fuck that guy.
Basically, the dad wants all the tea about the royal family so he can use it against them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like reminding Arthur that like you're kind of a useless boy and this is all you need to do for me. Stop being a little bitch. The Honorable Lord of Maidvale?
Yeah.
Instead of like, love dad. No.
Yeah. Oh, and they're setting a date for the wedding. Ooh.
Oh, yes. Because they've been acting so well.
Yeah.
Like a perfect couple. It's like, okay, time for them to get married. And yeah, Arthur's like pissed and Sydney's like, you don't have to reply to the letter. And Arthur's like, I'm gonna. And then he keeps writing and rewriting the letter and throwing it out, which apparently is bad because Gwen, but that's problems for later. He eventually sends this really mean worded letter. I don't know. He says shit that you probably shouldn't say about or to your dad, but he sends that letter. And he's like, fuck that guy.
Yep.
Dear Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom.
And then I think he's like, I need to go have a drink, but you know what? I probably shouldn't because I clearly have a drinking problem because I'm using it to cope. But I don't know if he does get a drink anyway.
Art does seem to drink a lot in this novel.
Yeah.
So I think this is the part where he like mentions that Sydney is not leaving Arthur's room because he knows Arthur is going to like have a biggest fit and start throwing things and drinking. So he's like, I should probably get hold of this issue I have.
Yeah, he goes to see Gwen. It's her birthday, her 18th birthday.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
And she's embroidering. And he's
yeah.
He's like, this is what you're doing? And she's like, well, I can't really have a banquet when we just had a security breach and someone tried killing us. And
she has no friends.
She has no friends. And she said that the king offered to send his fool, but she thought that might be depressing. Which, yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because,
so
yeah.
They, like, sneak out or
I
something?
think so. I think this is where they sneak out. Yeah, Arthur gives her a hat to sneak out with.
They go to, like, some festival, and I know that's the next chapter or something in 22. They go to some festival, and Bridget's there, and obviously Bridget sees through the disguise, but nobody else does because everybody's too drunk and, like, having fun. Mm-hmm. And Bridget and Gwen spend the night kind of kissing.
Dancing and kissing.
And then Arthur's like, I'm proud of you, but also I'm sad.
Yeah. Oh, Agnes and Sydney also go with them.
Yeah. So Arthur's the fifth wheel.
And it's like that scene at the dance in Titanic where they're all spinning around and all that kind of thing.
They're having a great time.
Yeah. And they go back eventually. I don't think much happens aside from like kissing and having fun, and it's like the best birthday of her life.
Which at age 18 is kind of sad.
Oh, he gives her back her journal as her present. And he put all the pages back that he had torn out.
And now it's like they're besties.
Yeah, they're
partners in crime.
Yay! Surely nothing can go wrong.
Absolutely not. They all lived happily ever after, right?
Yeah, this is basically the end of the book.
Okay, cool. So let's take a break. We'll come back with questions, including our favourite bit, the casting.
I'm trying to like flip through everything. It's like, oh my god, they're still at this fucking party.
Oh yeah, that's okay. We're at the end of that now. I skipped to the end. We summed it up pretty
Okay.
much. They kissed, they danced, so she got her journal back. And Gwen's busy with wedding bullshit. Arthur doesn't have to do shit because he's the groom. The cat's been sleeping on the bed every other night.
Does he remember? He orders a book from home. Or he had ordered one and now it just came in. And then he gives it... I don't know if he gives it to Gabe in this chapter. But...
Yeah, because there's some kind of a party going on. There's like some... there's like a feast like, going on.
Some other royals or noble people are visiting, and so they're having some kind of banquet, and Arthur decides to crash it because his crush is in there, and his crush is expected to dance with this other noble woman who was like part of the party that showed up, and Gabe's doing everything he can to like ignore this woman.
But also, how fucked up is it that she's like, oh, I can't have a birthday party because of security reasons? Meanwhile, there's this other banquet going on at the exact same time. Yeah.
It's like literally the next day they're having this huge banquet. Like couldn't it happen on her birthday?
Like, it's the princess's 18th birthday. Like, is that not a big deal? It's not like a random birthday. Like, she's 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess not.
I'd be so insulted. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, she was probably happy she didn't have to do it, but, like, these random royals get a banquet, but I don't, and I live here, and it's my birthday? The fuck? I'd be pissed. I'd be furious.
I agree.
Oh, and then Arthur gets super, super drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes a fool of himself. And then Gabe gets mad at him.
But then I think he gives Arthur the notes or the pages of the book or the actual book. And he's like, I have this thing for you. Take it, you stupid fuck. Something like that.
Words, direct quote. Take it, you stupid fuck.
Yeah. At one point, he's talking to Lord Stafford. And he's, like, yelling about the things that Gabe wants to do when he's king. Like, putting money into education instead of soldiers.
Yeah.
And moving to Tintago and making it a school for teachers.
Because he's like bringing up the fact that like nobody actually asked Gabe his opinion. Like he's always going to all these meetings about like, you know, learning to be a great king. And like nobody's asked him like what his actual plans for the kingdom are. They just expect him to do everything that his father is doing. It's like he has these amazing ideas. You would know if you let him talk about them.
And Gabe's like, I'm gonna be a mighty king, so enemies beware.
Yeah.
And then Lord Stafford's like, well, I've never seen a king or beast with quite so ginger hair.
Oh my god. Yeah. And then this book that, why do I keep forgetting the names? That's all we've been saying this entire stream.
I know, I also keep mixing up names.
Yeah.
The book that Arthur...
Like 50% of them are on the cover in big gold letters.
The book that Arthur, or the pages that Arthur's trying to give to Gabe, essentially like explains that Arthur back then in the legend might have had a thing, like some kind of relationship with some other man, and they were trading letters between each other. So he's like, see, they were gay then, and when you become king, you could just be like, here are some letters, we can do gay things again.
Not just any man, Sir Lancelot, who was like one of like the most important knights of the Round Table.
Yeah.
Oh, hi Lola.
She's not on this stream. Lola, come over here.
Lola's having a great time.
Yeah, she had a nap because she was full of snacks. Now she's awake. That's everyone's problem.
I'm probably gonna skip a bunch of stuff, but I'm pretty sure Gabe and Arthur fight about that because Gabe's like, it's not that simple. I can't just change things like that. People aren't gonna like it. And Arthur's like, you're just a coward. And then I don't know, he's mad about it, and then he and Sydney goes out to a bar that night, I think.
So at
And
this,
Arthur gets
they talk about the letters later. At this point,
oh,
Gabe goes to Gwen, and Gabe is talking to Gwen about the letters. Because I think Arthur just kind of like shoved it at him and left. Because he's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're pissing me off.
but Gwen also is like, see, you got proof. Now you can live your gay life. And Gabe is like, no, I can't.
Yeah, he basically has a little meltdown. And then Gwen tells Gabe that she's been kissing Bridget. Oh, and then this is when Arthur comes back from the thing. From getting beat up.
Oh. Right. And Sydney's like, oh my god, I think he's dying.
Yeah.
And then everyone's panicking because he is like high-key dying. Not even, I was going to say low-key, but no, he is dying.
Yeah. And then Gabe yells at Sydney, why weren't you there? It's your job. And then Gwen says, why are you standing there? Go get the physician now. Oh, she yells to the guards. And then she asks Agnes to go and get the wizard. And then Sydney says, why wasn't I tagging along with him into some alleyway? Why do you think I was inside, making sure no one followed them out? By the time I got outside, they had him on the ground and they ran. So it was an ambush. It was planned.
And they're thinking it's a robbery.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, I thought it was someone that knew he was gay and, like, that's why they were beating him up.
Yeah, I was like, was this a hate crime? But
yeah,
they're saying it was meant to look like a robbery, and then we find out later.
Yeah,
that wasn't. But anyways, Arthur's like in terrible shape, and then we're kind of like in Arthur's perspective for a bit, where he's like in and out of consciousness.
Yeah.
He's pretty much out for like a month, and it's so sad. Although that was like my favorite part of the whole book, because I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I like actually cared about him. And like people come and check on him. They keep feeding him, and he passes out.
And then him like crying because he didn't realize how long he was unconscious, and he's scared because why is he so injured and what's wrong with him? And it's like, oh my god.
And then he gets mad because Sydney's crying. Sydney says, you look like a skeleton.
And then Arthur's like, I don't even know if Gabe has visited me because he's been like ignoring me and avoiding me, but like Gabe has visited him.
Yep. Well, they shaved all of Arthur's hair off.
And he's upset because he grew that himself.
As opposed to someone growing it for him.
I grew that hair all by myself, and now it's gone. How dare you?
I was picturing someone growing hair and be like, this is for you now.
Yeah. He had like brain swelling, so like they needed to.
Yeah, they had shit to do
some stuff.
And this bit, somebody else wrote this online about it, but they used a lot of that. Lex used a lot of kind of modern day language and things when writing the book.
Yeah.
How would they even know? Like back in those days, brain swelling would have been like, he's got a demon in him, hit him in the head to get it out. They have no idea what a brain is. They don't know what swelling is, and it was a bit far.
Yeah, and I was thinking like maybe because I mean obviously if it was brain swelling, they wouldn't be able to see it. Like he would just be dead from that. So was hoping or imagining that they were just saying or seeing that like his whole like face and all that was getting swollen because of how much he was beaten up. So maybe they're like, oh no, we need to bleed some blood from him.
There's too much blood in his head. Get it out.
And that's probably what helped save him.
He's just sitting there with leeches hanging off his face. Hi, Gwen!
Yeah. But like there's no way they would know about like swollen brains and shit like that. But the point is he survives.
Yeah.
Yay? Question mark?
He survives. Gwen is like super happy and they're talking for a bit, and then Gwen one day overhears something in the stables. Because Arthur's father comes to visit like a month after Arthur's been like injured and shit. Because he couldn't be bothered to rush as soon as he heard his son was like possibly dying.
No.
He's like, I'll show up when I can show up. So he shows up a month later, and Gwen overhears him go into like a stable to talk to some guy about some scheme and how Arthur and him are like best bros. They have the best father-son dynamic, and actually Arthur's been telling him all these secrets about the royals, and their plan is totally going to go well to overthrow the king. And Gwen's like panicking because, oh my gosh, what has Arthur been telling them? And she goes to visit Arthur's room, and Arthur's like sleeping because he's still recovering. And she finds the papers, I guess the letters that Arthur had thrown out when he was like rewriting letters to his father. I don't know why they were still in the room a month later.
Yeah, why would you just burn them?
Yeah, it's like not like you don't have access to a fire. Just right in.
Or like, do they not take out the garbage regularly? I don't know. But she finds the letters because she's just going through his stuff, and she's like, oh my gosh, he has been writing to his father, and he must have told him everything about like us being gay and just other royal secrets.
Yeah.
And this is the part that got me pissed off. But yeah, so pretty much the part I got up to, Gwen decides she's not talking to Arthur anymore, and Arthur's banned from the royal wing of the castle. And she tells Gabe like what she overheard and what she suspects, and Gabe's also not talking to Arthur. And anytime Arthur tries to go visit Gwen in her room, the guards are like, you're not allowed here. And he's annoyed about that. And so he tries to visit like the tournament stuff, the tournament ground, to sit with his fiance, and they're like, you can't be here because those are the rules now. And Arthur's like, what the fuck is going on? If I did something wrong, why is no one telling me what I did wrong? Like, I just want to see my friend. And then shit goes down.
Shit goes down.
Yeah. What I remember is, so they're still at the tournament. Arthur's like, they won't let me in. And then Arthur's father shows up, and Arthur's like, where the fuck have you been? I was dying. And his dad's like, seize him.
Oh, hold on.
We have to go throw a coup.
Yeah. Well, at one point, Arthur does confront Gabe because he sneaks into the library.
Oh, yeah, he does.
And then Gabe's like, if you don't leave, like, I'll call them. Stay away from me, stay away from my sister. And Art's like, are you possessed? And he accidentally knocks something on the ground. Gabe flinches, and then the guards come and take him out. And he's like, Gabe, please, come on, shit, please tell me what I did. Because he still doesn't know. And Gabe says nothing.
Which is probably super upsetting for Arthur, because he's like, these guys were my best friends, and they were taking care of me, and they cared about me almost dying, and suddenly they're ignoring me, and they hate my fucking guts? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Just because he didn't die, Jesus.
And then his father shows up and has armed guards, like, carry him away, and suddenly there's a coup?
Yep.
And so we find out that during the tournament, a lot of the games were rigged, and that all of the best knights in the realm are actually cultists. Because I guess they're at like the final round where they're all gonna like fight or something, and suddenly there's like a signal and they all turn on like the royal family.
And Gwen did keep trying to tell her dad what was happening. And like tell her all the little hints that she saw. And he just ignored her. He was like, no, it's fine.
But wasn't she only doing that like that day at the tournament?
I think before she gets to the tournament, she's telling him about like what she overheard between Arthur's dad and the other dude, Lord Stafford.
Mm-hmm. About like seeing his cousin somewhere.
Yeah, and he doesn't
listen.
listen.
It was confirmed he's visiting family, and it's like not a big deal, Gwen.
Yeah, and just like keeps brushing it off. And then she sees stuff like at the pitch and like stuff going on, and she's like trying to tell people, and no one's listening to her. Gabe's not even listening to her. And I'm just like, girl, just yell. Like,
Gabe literally said that a bunch of chapters ago. Just yell.
Yeah.
But she doesn't, of course, because character growth is lacking.
She's just a girl.
She's just a girl.
Yeah.
That's pretty much as far as I got.
Gabe says, if you're not worried, go back to your rooms. I'll tell Dad that you're not feeling good. And she's like, no, it's not that. And she's like, wait, where's Arthur's father? Wow, father. Pay attention, where is he? And then it cuts back to Sydney and Art still trying to get in. And they say, no, security's tight. It's not personal. Lord Stafford said no one's to come through except for royal family. Art's like, I'm gonna be royal family, bitch. And then they say, chill. And then this is when he runs into his father. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with where you were, your summary. And then I fell behind.
No, that's okay. At this point, like, after the whole misunderstanding on Gwen's end, I was just, like, flipping pages and not really reading because I was pissed.
Oh, yeah, and then they try to fight the Art's dad's Goonies. They try to kidnap Art and Sid, and then they try to fight, and then they give up. And then Bridget comes in, and then Bridget tries to fight for them. And then he's like, whatever, just leave them. Someone will finish her. And then they leave because they're like, we have to go now. And off they trudge. And then Gabe sees his bird, Morgana, just chilling. And he's just distracted by the bird. That's why he's not paying attention to Gwen. And then the Grand Marshal's there. And then Gwen's like, wait, that's the knife? Gabe, the knife didn't qualify. He shouldn't be there. And then the Grand Marshal says begin. And the knife looks at Lord Willard. And then there's a nod. And then they all attack. The dad yells at her that she's got to go. And then
they got to evacuate and shit.
Yeah, Gwen's freaking out because she doesn't know where Bridget is. And then Gabe's like, no, we got to get out of here. And then Bridget shows up, pulls out Excalibur 9 from the rock, literally pulls it out, and then...
Oh, she did? Oh my god.
She got it out. And then she charges into the mess. And she has no equipment on, because she wasn't supposed to be fighting.
Oh, shit.
So, off she runs. And then, I guess they're in the war room now. And Sir Hurst is like, they must have been filling up the camps for weeks. And then the Queen is like, we're sure it was Willard. And Hurst is like, yes, he was giving directions. And the Queen's like, we sent him casks of wine on his birthday.
We were so nice to him. Why does he want to kill us?
I know, we gave him wine. Come on.
Should have given him a fruit basket instead. That would have stopped him.
And then Stafford is also in on it. And then he's like, we could pull up the drawbridge, shelter in the place. And the king says, no, that's going to take days. He's like, we can't protect ourselves and cut them off. Camelot does not hide. Oh, this is when they find out Lord Stafford is with them. And then Gabe puts together that the assassin was actually, ordered by Lord Stafford, basically. And he's like, Gwen says he had plenty of opportunities to just kill you. Why didn't he take them? And Sir Hurst says, because he's a coward. And then Sir Hurst is like, I take full responsibility. He starts to go on like a little monologue about how it's all his fault. And the king's like, we're not wasting time. We need to go. And then Gabe's getting all armored up to fight. And this is when they're like, oh yeah, Arthur must have been in on it. And like, as if his dad was in on it, he must have been getting all of our secrets. And he says, she says, he doesn't deserve you. He didn't deserve either of us. And then Gabe says, well, nobody does. And it's just like a twincest moment, you know?
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll just smooch each other.
And then they go out to fight. And then it cuts to Arthur's POV. And his dad's still mad at him, yelling at him, telling him to shut up. For once in your life, shut up and listen. And the dad is telling him about the alliance. so that it can restore glory to the house and name. And Arthur's like, I was about to marry the princess. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, can't get much higher than that. And his dad was like, you should be pleased then, because I found a better way forward. And he's like, the king doesn't care about me. You weren't going to argue my case or show me preference, even though we're blood. And so then he's like, when Lord Willard takes the throne, and he's like, oh fuck, you haven't done it. And Sid's like, I think he has. And so basically just saying that the three of them planned the coup so that Lord Willard could be the king. And his dad just keeps yelling at him to shut up, and that the king should be dead by now.
Oh no.
King.
Not the king. And then, oh, this is where Arthur finds out that the dad is the one who sent the people to beat him up. And he's like, Jesus Christ, that was you? Next time you ask someone to deliver me a message, you might want to tell them I'm supposed to be alive to hear it. And he's like, it was never supposed to go that far. You needed a reminder of where you came from and where your loyalties lie. Which is just a wild thing to say. And then his dad's like, you're an idiot. He hasn't been laying low. He's been laying the groundwork. His claim to the throne has always been as good as the king's, and he's been gathering support all those years. And Arthur's like, oh, the uprisings in the north that they wouldn't shut up about. And he's like, haha, no. We fooled you. They were a distraction. To divert the king's attention and the troops north to leave Camelot undefeated. And then something about Lord Stafford lost the last of his heir. I don't know. And he's like, oh, you accidentally proved yourselves useful. You had to embellish a little bit, so the truth of your reluctance to be in any way useful didn't shame me. Basically, all that shit about talking about how Gabe wanted to, like, fund education and then run away to the random castle.
Mm-hmm.
They took that as a sign that Art was in on it. And then Sydney comes and does something. Sydney is moaning about Agnes. He hasn't even slept with her. He fell in love with her. Now he's gonna die without having seen so much as a tit since the spring.
Wow.
And then Arthur tells him to shut up. And maybe they're not dead. They're not ready for battle. They were ready for a party. And then there's a lot of talking about... Oh, Arthur's now getting dressed for battle. Sydney is dressing him. Arthur's like, they're going to think I'm a traitor because of what I told Stafford. That must be why they won't see me. They think I'm a part of this. And Sid's like, yeah, I thought of that already, dumbass. And so then Arthur's like, you know what? I gotta tell them that it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Because I totally believe him now.
Yep. So he figures out where the king is because he has his bannermen. And he's like, Sid, you don't have to follow me. So I'll probably die, so you probably shouldn't. And Sydney's like, how many times am I gonna have to tell you to sod off? And Art's like, that's what I thought. And he smiles at Sydney. In that case, I've decided to make a series of poor decisions in an attempt to clear my name in the eyes of those I love. Most likely culminating in our untimely deaths. Well, good of you to announce it this time. Usually you just crack on. Which I thought was a fun line.
Is that your line of the book?
Sure.
It is now.
It is now, yeah. And now it cuts back to Gwen. Her and the queen are in a parapet waiting, watching. She doesn't really know what she's saying.
How long does this whole coup take?
A few chapters.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's not a quick revolution, but it's not the slowest revolution that's ever happened.
Okay.
So Gwen's standing in the window watching. Her mom refuses to, but then keeps asking for updates. And she's like, just come here and look. And she's like, nah, I refuse. And then the queen says, it's starting. She's like, how do you know? She's like, I can feel it. Look. And then a single rider from the front of Willard's men had broken rank to do something very odd. He dropped his helmet onto the grass and just made he stole a banner and is beelining to the other side. And Gwen's like, I don't know what the point of this is. And the Queen's like, I don't know, maybe it's a trick or just a distraction. And Gwen's like, the Queen's like, he has no chance at all. He's gonna die. And then Gwen's like, oh my god, Mom, that's Arthur. And then, Gabe tries to tell the dad, but the dad already gives the signal, and 3 arrows hit Arthur's horse, and then he falls into the dark, unforgiving ground.
Not the horse.
I know. Ground. Oh no, sorry, the horse startled.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't think the horse got hit. It's just scared.
That's fine. I mean, don't startle a horse, but at least it's not dead.
Yeah.
God.
Screw Arthur. What about the horse? And then someone's yelling at Arthur to get up. It's Sydney. He's helping him up. He's like, the arrow just grazed you, but we gotta keep moving. Arthur says, fine, to Gabriel. Sydney says, we gotta get out of here. We just have to make it to the edge. And then he says, Sid, Bridget. And he's like, what? Bridget. And Bridget's in a fight with the knife. Da-da-da-da. And she's not wearing any armor. I said that before, but honestly, I wasn't 100% sure, so now I'm glad that I was right.
Imagine if earlier you'd have been like, she wasn't wearing her armor and you were reading Bridget's in a fight with a knife and she's armed to the hilt, she's got a dagger in her knife, the helmet is all on.
Sometimes I just say things and hope for the best, and sometimes they turn out right.
Have you considered a career in radio?
And so Sydney goes, oh no, she dropped Excalibur 9. And so
no.
I know. Oh, she went down hard. Oh, the knife knocked her off her feet.
Oh, shit.
And then Arthur collapses to the floor to look dead. He watches Sydney help Bridget. The knife does stuff.
I know the king gets shanked. He dies.
Yeah, is the king still alive at this point?
He is. He's not 10 feet away, actually. He is almost as drenched in blood as the knife had been. But it didn't seem to belong to him. He was alive with purpose, radiating power as he brought his longsword down on somebody's shoulder. He should have been surrounded by his own men. But in the chaos of battle, he seemed to have found himself fighting alone. Arthur was confused. Then he saw what Sydney saw. The knife didn't stagger off to die. He was standing right behind the king's shoulder, ready to strike. Your Majesty, Sydney roared, at the same time as Arthur managed to get out a wordless shout, but it was too late. The knife sword slipped up under the king's armor almost casually, as if he hadn't quite made up his mind to do it until the last second. The king didn't seem to notice at first. He finished off the man in front of him and then faltered. He looked mildly surprised more than anything, turning very slightly in an attempt to see who had stabbed him. Well, it was the knife. The king sank to his feet.
The knife stabbed him.
Who stabbed you? It was the knife, and it was the knife. He's like, all right, which one of you fuckers did that? The knife did it. Yeah, I know it was the knife. Who was holding it? It was the knife.
Arthur crawls over to him. He says, it's gonna be alright, just hang on, okay? You're the most stubborn man alive. You can hold on for one more minute and then someone will come to help. And then now there's lightning. It's raining, I guess. He says, he's like, listen to me.
I remember reading that part and I was like, oh, it's so dramatic.
Right?
Can we also make the point that in these historical films, whenever there's a king about to be stabbed, people will be like, Your Highness! Because that takes so much more longer to be like, oh, fucking Bob, watch out! Your Highness, you must be careful! Fucking Bob, watch out, he's got a knife, and he's a knife.
Just behind you! Like, come on, something.
Yeah. Just in those situations, I feel like it's okay to not be all regal and address your highness and shit. Just be, oh, fucking watch it. Jerry's coming at you. He's got a knife, and he is the knife. Watch it. That's all I'm saying.
The king's last words are Gwendolyn and Gabriel.
Oh no.
I know. And Arthur could have sworn the first clap of thunder sounded the exact moment he died.
That's the last part I read.
Shit
like,
is...
that's it, I'm done.
It's still going down. It's still not over. Gwen watches as the second rider, who she thinks is Sydney, breaks away before Lord Willard gave the command for his men to attack.
There's only 4 chapters left at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. That doesn't sound good.
This is when...
And then Art is like, run away, Scar, and never return.
Pretty much. Gwen...
We watched The Lion King.
Gwen turns to Agnes and is like, oh my god, it wasn't Art. And she says, no. But you tried to tell me that, and I wouldn't listen. Yes. They sound the rest... Pissed. Yeah, she's furious.
Quite rightly too.
And then she's like, when is this gonna be over? I can't stand it. Agnes says, soon, very soon. You heard what I said. They sent more men. They'll overpower them, and it'll be done. Gwen says, thank you for staying. I know you didn't have to. Agnes says, of course.
Even if I am a stuck-up cow from the village and you don't want to be my friend, I'm still here. Not just because of the paycheck, because of what's in here.
And then a man is in the doorway.
Oh no.
And Gwen's like, what? And she's looking at the mom, at the messenger. And she's like, Mom, what? You don't know what he's gonna say. You don't. And then the boy's like, you're both needed downstairs, please. And the queen, no, I'll stay here. And Gwen's like, Mom, we have to go. Where? And she asked the boy where. He's like, you have to go to the war room. They said to bring both. And the queen says, no, I won't go. I won't be ordered around by... And the messenger says, it was the captain of the guard, Sir Hurst, and the wizard. And the queen refuses to go. And Gwen's like, why the fuck won't you go? And then as soon as she starts leaving with Agnes, the mom starts crying. They go to the war room. Do. She's like, where is everyone?
I guess she knows.
Yeah, she knows what the messenger is going to tell her. Gwen's like, where is everybody? The captain's like, they're fighting. Where's the queen? And then Gwen's like, she refuses to come. I don't understand why. She just started shouting. So if you tell me what it is, I can go back and I can tell her. And the wizard's like, yeah, no. The king's dead. Your dad died. The knife killed him. This boy witnessed it. And like, Gwen refuses to believe it. And
the boy's like, what more do we need to do? Do we need to drag his lifeless corpse up here, poke him with a stick? He's fucking dead, lady.
She's even like, just because he fell doesn't mean he's dead. And Sir Hurst is like, no, it's true. It's true, man. It's true. And so now to make a decision.
The knife.
Oh, and they can't find Gabe. Which which now means Gwen is in charge, and as we know, she is great at making tough decisions.
Yeah. Although technically at this point, as Bridget pulled the sword from the stone, she's in charge.
Well, they can't get to her either. She's in the mess.
And she'd only be in charge from like the cultist perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Lola.
Lola has a lot to say.
Yeah, she's mad at me. Sorry?
I was going to say, why are you staring at her?
Because she was yelling. I think Dylan's home.
Okay.
And she's yelling at him. Sorry. There's lots of stuff going on. Oh my god, we've been live for 3 hours and we're
nearly
still done this.
3 hours.
We're almost done.
Lola's like, where have you been? Oh, we've been
Summarize the last. Hi,
night.
Dylan. Summarize the last 3 chapters.
They can see you. I was just letting you know.
As we should be able to.
Oh my god. Okay, and so then they're like, oh yeah, we can't find Gabe. And if, like, the men have no one to fight for, they're gonna give up. I haven't fed her if you want to feed her. And so then Gwen gets the bright idea that she's going to wear Gabe's old armor and ride out on the horse to pretend to be him, to give the soldier spirit.
He's going full Mulan.
But it actually works.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're like, the knights see him, they're like, oh my god, Gabe is alive. And so then they fight with renowned spirit. And
wait, so then what was Gabe not? I thought he was wearing armor. Not his armor? Where is he?
He has like multiple sets, right?
Oh, okay.
So she's just wearing
That's
like
true.
a different set of his. So it doesn't fit her very well, so she's like hoping no one looks too close. Because it'll be very obvious that she is not her brother. Oh, and then there's a bird that looks agitated. And they're like, birds can't look agitated. And then he's like, oh no, he does look agitated. Oh, and then Art goes to Gabe's body. He thinks Gabe is dead. He's not moving or saying anything. And he's like, and then Art's like, fuck Gabe, I've already done this once. I can't do it again. Stop dying. He's like, you can be dead later. Sid can't drag us both out of here. And so then, okay, so Art tells Gabe that he's gonna be king because the king is dead. What a way to find out. That's kind of crazy. And then, Lord Willard shows up and is like, oh, thanks for finding him. I was giving up the hope that I couldn't find him, and you found him for me. And so then they're sitting there waiting for Sir Willard to kill them, because, like, Arthur is basically a mushroom at this point. He can't do shit all.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bridget comes in from behind and launches herself at Lord Willard with Excalibur 9. She found it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Arthur doesn't see where she hits him. He was staring at her face. But, yeah, she kills him, basically.
Okay.
And then someone else comes to kill Bridget.
Oh my god.
I don't. This just keeps
Somebody
going
else
on.
comes to kill
How
her.
does this book end?
So the ruse works. Gwen's like, oh my god, it worked. And it's like, did you see? And she's like, I didn't see anything. I couldn't see anyone out of the helmet. She's like, do you want to go back up? She's like, no, I'm staying here. I want to see how it ends. Oh, I guess up to the tower. And she's like, is it over? Let's go see. Oh, and then they won. Yay. Oh, and then 4 figures making very slow progress up the hill. Sydney is holding up Arthur. Arthur is using one of his arms to pretend to help Bridget, who is somehow half carrying Gabriel. And Gwen's like, oh, you wielded Excalibur. And Bridget's like, not on purpose. I just had to borrow it. Oh, the king is dead. Long live the king.
R.I.P.
And then, oh yeah, because this is where they find Gabriel. And they're like, yeah, Gabriel's the new king. Yay. And then he throws up because he probably has a concussion.
Oh shit.
But not on a dead body, right? Just on the ground. Because there seem to be a lot of corpses around, especially the corpse of his father. Just, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that how it ends? He just throws up and it's
No.
like game over?
That
Oh,
would
okay.
be hilarious.
That
But
would be
I feel
no.
like that's the ending. Are you kidding me?
No, sorry. There's some letters I'm trying to summarize. Gwen writes to Bridget saying that it's boring in Camelot without her. Arthur's there, but it's boring. I guess she was staying in Arthur's room. People have already come to swear fealty to Gabe. And then Bridget just talks about the tournament and how it went. And everyone now thinks that she's like a hero and expects something crazy from her. And then it's a new chapter. It's St. Martin's Day.
Who's St.
Is
Martin?
this the last
I
chapter?
have no idea. I think so. I don't know. Basically, I don't know how to summarize this. I read this a week ago.
The final word in the novel is the word sky.
Peter.
Oh.
I'm not kidding, it is. Spoilers.
Gabe now has the letters from Arthur to Lancelot, and this is when they talk about it, being like, I'm not telling you this because I expect anything, I just wanted you to know. And Arthur's like, get some sleep, I'll be back tomorrow. Oh,
okay, so they're like all still in the castle, and
yeah.
Bridget's like gone home. Okay.
Yeah. Gabe is starting his new way of governing, and it's been called into question, but he has a new council with some new faces, some old ones. When he speaks his mind, everyone listens.
Oh,
And
nice.
if he doesn't understand something, he asks for it to be repeated, and everything is carefully debated and voted on. So he seems to be doing pretty hot. Like, he's doing pretty well. They've accepted all the changes pretty much.
How?
And then, what about Sydney and Agnes? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about them that much.
I'm sure they're fine together.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just doing things.
So that's it. Then it's just like Gabe's the king. Everyone is fine with that and his new rules.
Okay, so
Bridget's a hero.
Yeah, I couldn't find it where in the book it was, but basically at some point Gwen's like, "Oh, Bridget, I want you to stay here at the castle with me."
I remember that part.
Yeah.
I hated her for it. I think it was just before she.
I think
Can't
so.
remember.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
She was there, and then she was talking to Bridget. It was after Bridget had lost one of the jousts, so I think it was just before the coup happened.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, she was like, Bridget, I want you to stay here with me forever. And Bridget's like, dude, I had to fight so fucking hard to become a knight, and I always just throw that all away to be like a secret that you keep. Like, we can't even actually be together. So she's like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'll come in like the winter when I can't do knight stuff, but like I'm gonna still be a knight.
It's like, I want to be a knight and do the knight things, and she's like, why can't you just give that up to be with me? It's like, you selfish bitch.
But not even like be with her properly, even like, because at that point it's still not allowed.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, she's just gonna give up her life to like literally do nothing and occasionally kiss you in private. Like, that's crazy. So yeah, the book ends with Gabe getting ready to give a speech about King Arthur and Sir Lancelot and how being gay is okay. However, we never get to hear the speech or hear what happens afterwards.
That's great.
Yep.
Gabe's standing there with some papers, and he's like,
I guess I'm glad I didn't finish it.
And like,
I would have been so disappointed.
Literally, like, if it was a movie, it would end with him like shuffling his papers together, walking up to the podium, and fade to black as you see the crowd in front of him.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it would end.
Yeah.
And that only took us 3 hours.
If they
Can
ever
we
did
take a real quick break?
Yes, please.
I need to pee.
Yeah.
run through this. It'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
We're live.
Until we start talking shit. Hi. We're back.
And I
Did
hope
you
the
miss
corners
us?
stick.
I hope you all enjoyed your 5-minute break.
Lola is here.
Do you hear her?
I can hear her.
Can you hear her on the mic? Rubbing
She's
her
loving
face.
that mic.
Oh, is she purring?
See wee cat ears.
Oh.
Oh, that's enough.
Is that
She's
her
eating the
mouth?
mic.
She's just sitting in front of me now.
She's being well behaved.
Good girl. She needs treats.
Oh, Lola, please. Okay.
Okay. First question? Yeah. Because I don't think we really missed anything in our long-ass summary.
No, I don't think so either. I'd be so sad if she just had food, Peter. I can't feed her again. She'll throw up.
Oh. She's
It'll
been so
be a
good.
treat for later.
She had so
Treat
many
for later.
treats. Remember I gave her the puzzle of treats?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about everything that is not this book.
Yeah. Alright. What did you know about the book before picking it up?
Not a thing. Well, I knew the back cover. I knew the front cover and the back cover, and the title page. Other than that, not a thing. Oh wait, that's not true because I heard.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean?
I was gonna say I literally heard Lex talk about this bloody book.
I was waiting for you to
You're
like
just
tell us
a
about it.
liar.
Oh my god.
Just immediately forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, what do
Just
you
'cause I was
actually know
there
about the
doesn't
book,
mean-
Peter?
Just because I was there doesn't mean I was paying attention. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'd heard Lex talk about the book and how she was kind of writing it because it was what the kind of, I think she said it was the novel, kind of novel she wanted to see, and or them, excuse me. It was the kind of novel they wanted to read, and they were wanting to write more fantasy and medieval kind of stories, so that's why they wrote this book.
Okay. Well, that's.
What did
Cool.
yous know about it?
I didn't know anything about this book. I didn't even know it existed. So the most I knew about it is that Victoria picked it because Pride Month. And yeah, that's it. And then, I mean, based on the title, I assumed it had something to do with like the legend of Arthur and stuff, but I also don't know very much about that either. So it's like I didn't know shit.
I knew Lex wrote the book.
And that you wanted it.
Yeah, that was pretty much all I knew.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying to get to my mouse, but there's a cat in the way. Okay.
Lola,
There's a
please.
certain irony in not getting to a mouse because there's a cat in the way.
This is a hostage situation, Lola.
Alright, how did the book make you feel? Did it make you laugh, cry, cringe, etc.?
Who wants to go first?
You.
Me.
I feel like you have a lot of thoughts about this and about Gwen.
Yeah, tell us your thoughts and feelings, Joe.
Okay.
And don't hold back a single one. I'm so curious.
Apologies in advance if I answer any future questions.
That's fine.
How did the book make me feel? Honestly, I was enjoying it up until I think it was chapter 31 where there's that whole Gwen goes into Arthur's room and finds the letters and freaks out. So, like, I was enjoying most of the book. Of course, I didn't like the character of Gwen because I found her to be just very selfish and stuck up and self-absorbed. And I think that's like displayed throughout the whole book with like even in the beginning when she's like ordering people around and Arthur's like, I don't want to be ordered. And she's like, I don't do that. And it's like, yeah, you do. And then the way she talks to Agnes and just how she thinks like, I can't have friends because they're all just these silly women, and I'm noble and smart, and I just embroider and go on walks because I'm just so much better than these people. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with her? And the whole, like, I don't know what's going on in my hometown of Camelot and how these people live, and that there's parties and that things are run down because I don't care about the people. She just cares about herself. And then it was even worse when, like, she was getting involved with Bridget. And at first I was like, you know what? Maybe she's improving and like growing as a character because like she's learning how to sword fight, and like Bridget already told her like you're kind of she didn't say you're useless, but like the whole not saying anything during that joust that was going bad. And then her admitting to it at the party is like, I'm a coward. It's like, okay, well maybe we're going somewhere. And then it all just like goes out the window with her like almost demanding that Bridget stays with her and gives up her own life and her hopes and dreams to just be her side piece. And then the fact that any faith and friendship and like anything good that happened that summer between her and Art just out the window immediately over these letters that don't even say anything. And it's just like, I thought you were growing as a person, and I thought like you would, not take the coward way out and just be like, I overheard this and here's my suspicions. Like, confront the fucking man. Wake him the fuck up. Have a discussion. Even if you don't believe him, take him to your father immediately so you can talk about, like, what you actually heard and what you think. But instead, it's just like, I'm gonna fuck off to my room. I'm not gonna talk to this boy anymore. And it's all me, 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 me. And I was like, what the fuck? And so that pissed me off. And it's not like, it's this trope that people use sometimes in books where it's just like, here's this very, like, this simple misunderstanding that could be easily cleared up, but we're just going to act completely irrational just so we can move the plot in the direction that the author wants. I fucking hate when people do that. Like, I will DNF a book if that's done. Like, if it's done early in the book, I might flip through a few pages. Like, that's what I'll normally do. Like, flip through some pages, some chapters, see if we can get through that ASAP. But sometimes that doesn't happen and they'll just put the book down. Sometimes it's resolved the next chapter. Great. I can deal with that. It happened at the end of this book and I was like, I can't fucking, like, that's stupid. I'm done. So, I don't know. If, like, I would have enjoyed the book so much more if they hadn't done that, because I was honestly enjoying it up until that point. And then I was just like, this book fucking sucks. So that's how I felt.
How did your cats feel? Because they were quite chatty in the background.
That's just the one cat. That's Biscuits. And he's upset that he can't come into my room right now because he's yelling. Yeah, how did you guys feel about the book? Did it make you laugh, cry, or cringe?
Peter, you want to go?
I kind of felt pretty much similar to you, Jam, in as much as at the start when she was like, oh, I don't trust any of the other women in court, because, like, why? No, that would have been a good setup for, like, maybe something had happened to cause the mistrust or cause the issue, but it was just like, no, don't like them. Like, why? I understand you're a princess and you need to kind of keep your head on a swivel a little bit, but is there a precedent for why you don't like these other women? Like, why you don't have any friends? Just give us a bit more. And that never revealed itself. So that's what if I was that's what I would have done. Like, given a reason. Like, maybe I did have a couple drinks or whatnot. Maybe I tried to kiss a girl before and I got caught. I'm a princess and I swept it all under the rug, and like just something that justified that. It just didn't ring true because there wasn't a reason for it. I also felt there'd be a lot more, I don't want to say hijinks, but a lot more, oh, this person's falling in love. It felt like the people they were falling in love with, particularly Bridget, didn't get a lot of airtime, screen time, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. Like, Gwen has clearly I completely forgot the character's name. I had to look at big gold letters. Gwen clearly has a thing for this lass, but why? Why? Like, we all get attracted to people like, ooh, look how fucking cool and swishy they are. But why, particularly Bridget? That wasn't really revealed. Again, I just wanted more kind of backstory, this kind of thing.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So yeah, it was okay. It was okay. It was fun. What did you think, Victoria?
And that's my thought on that.
I was going to say that was an excellent thought. Well shared.
Thank you.
I took that to my heart.
Thank you. Yeah, no, same as you guys. Like, it's I don't even know. Like, I've read a few of Lex's books, and I either really like them or I just really do not like them. I think this one's, like, kind of in the middle. I didn't care about the characters that much. I think out of all of them, like, Art is the only one I kind of came to care about.
Yeah.
Because everyone else was just so, like, one-dimensional. Like, oh, Gabe's a nerd. And that's his whole personality.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen is, like, really, like, insecure and naive, and that's her whole personality. Bridget's a knight. Yeah. That's her whole personality. Like, we don't know anything about Bridget other than, like, where she came from and that she's a knight. It didn't even talk about, like, it would have been nice if they had a moment where Bridget talked about, like, what she actually went through as the only female knight, instead of just, oh, people laughed at her because they thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Like, when,
like
Peter, sorry, I was saying, Peter and I were talking to Wolf last week, I guess, or, like, a few days ago on Peter's stream, I think, and, he said that, like, there's a lot of issues that are, like, touched on very, very lightly without going into them. And that, like, was kind of in the back of my mind. And that was very, very true for the whole book.
We've had a lot of feelings about this book, which he didn't reveal, but hopefully he'll pop in at some point.
Well, I think he's streaming with Ghost, isn't he?
He might be streaming.
Yeah.
I think so.
But it's, like, one of those things where, like, oh, they could have gone more into that. Or even, like, Gwen's internalized misogyny about the ladies in waiting and how she doesn't like them. And, like, Art's alcoholism. Like, it magically fixed itself because he was in a coma. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
And then, like, with the abuse from his dad, like, there wasn't really, like, any talk about that other than he's an asshole. All of this definitely has nothing to do with the question on the screen, I'm realizing.
Well, how did the book make you feel because of all of those things?
Yeah, did you laugh, cry, or cringe?
I feel like because everything was so surface level, like, other than being, like, annoyed at Gwen, like, I didn't care that much about anything. It was just hard to, like, have an emotional reaction other than this bitch is dumb as hell.
There was a point early on, and I meant to say this earlier when it was my turn, sorry, I don't want to bulldoze over anyone.
Please do.
But there's a point where it's going through Gwen's routine. It's like she likes to have her breakfast, she likes to go for a walk, she likes to do her sewing, bippity boo, and like I think at one point they actually use the term routine, and I'm like, are we coding autism into this? Could we not do that, please? Because just the routine that Gwen had and Gwen liked and Gwen didn't like the disruption to the routine. Stuff. Yeah, that was I kind of read that a little bit like it was autism coded. I don't know if anyone else picked up on that, but
I thought it was almost like OCD tendencies.
Yeah.
Which is very, like, close, I think, to, like, some autistic tendencies.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's again, that thing of, like, lightly touching on it without coming back to it at all.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think one thing, because I had it on, like, a Kobo, like the e-reader, like, I don't have the physical book in front of me, so I don't see how many pages are left. So, like, I was telling Peter earlier when we were talking about, like, the ending, it's just, like, I mean, I got to chapter, 36, 37, and didn't realize, like, none of this was going to be wrapped up.
Yeah.
It's kind of just left open. And it's like, why not add a few more pages? Because you've already added so many pages to talk about all these other things that don't have a whole lot of value to the rest of the story. Like, what happened? Just, you gave up on the book? I don't know. So, like, after, when I was telling you guys, like, I didn't finish the book, I was checking to see, like, how many more pages are left in these chapters. Like, oh my god. Like, what do you mean? It's just, that's it.
Yeah, it just doesn't get... You basically read to the end. Like, nothing really got resolved.
Yeah. Like, everything's just kind of there, and then cut to black. Like, it does almost feel like Lex is maybe setting up a universe, like maybe there's going to be a sequel, but it doesn't feel like there's enough to warrant a sequel.
I don't think I would read a sequel, if I'm being honest. Because, yeah, like, I just... I feel like I got everything that I needed to from these characters. Like, I do want to know, like, if Gabe is successful, I guess, but I don't need a whole book about that. I just need a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Like, alrighty. Next one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any favorite quotes or passages you want to share?
I do. Let me get this. Okay, it was when, if you guys don't mind me going first, when Gabriel and Arthur were messing around with the birdies, and then Gabriel was like, "Thank you, you were good at that, just the right sort of grip," and then Arthur's like, "That's what they all say." That was it. Loved it.
Jam's favorite quote was that's what she, well, not even she, that's what he said.
That's what he said.
Yep. Peter, what about you? Oh, I'll say you can go next, Peter.
I'll go next if you wish. Now, I sent this whole quote to Victoria, but I also kind of highlighted the bit that I liked. So I read the whole quote. "You shouldn't call him that," Bridget said mildly. "The knife, I mean. Giving him a sinister nickname elevates him, makes him sound like he's more than a man." "I'll just call him that bastard then," Gwen said. That was my favorite.
I like that as well.
Because I could imagine somebody being like, "You, that bastard over there." That made me laugh.
There was one that we had mentioned while I was doing the recap, but I don't remember what it was anymore, for being totally honest.
That fucking toad.
Yeah, that fucking toad was
Hence
one of
the
them.
fucking toad.
Hence the fucking toad was one. But I think there was one later in the book from Sydney.
There was, because that's when I was like, "Is that your favourite quote?" And you were like, "Why not?"
Yeah. The only one that I wrote down, because again, I didn't get very far, was "Glad this all has a happy ending. If we're lucky, like some..." Basically when Arthur was like, "Oh, yeah, maybe I should just read it, whatever. "Glad this all has a happy ending. If we're lucky, some insurgents will rise up and kill us all in our beds before we have to say I do." But the part that I liked was Gwen saying, "Don't give me hope. It'll only make... Oh god. It'll only make reality all the more crushing."
In fairness, reality is fairly devastating.
It is.
I don't know that. I don't know her. I've never met her. I refuse to go to her.
Yeah. I will say Lex is good at, like, writing dialogue.
Yeah.
Like, I did like how... I like how they write.
It's just the pacing. It's a little bit zippity-doo all over the shop.
Yeah, I think pacing and just focusing, like, just focus... Figure out what you want to focus on and go deeper.
Yeah.
What are some of your favorite scenes from the book, and why did they stand out?
Hence the fucking toad. That's it. Just hence the fucking toad. That's it.
I just put my book quote in our group chat.
Thank you.
But my favorite scene was the whole Arthur on his deathbed, because I think by that point I actually cared about Arthur as a character, because it felt like we knew more about him and he was growing, and I don't know, he was a person.
And the way it was kind of lined up, you'd think that he was... And I wonder if that's what Lex did on purpose. Like, Art is made to be the guy you hate. You're supposed to be on Gwen's side, and then you find out Art is this... Not bully, but he does harass her and poke her when he's there, and then they kind of calm. But Art is the only one who does grow as a character in any way, which is not surprising, but unexpected, I guess.
Guess so, considering like what we had thought about him in the beginning.
Yeah. I think my favorite scene is when Gwen is like, "Bridget, run away." Not run away with me, but like, come live at the castle with me. And Bridget's like, no? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, just because we've kissed a few times doesn't mean I want to throw away, like, everything I've been fighting for.
Yeah.
Because it showed that, like, she could still give Gwen, like, a bit of a reality check of, like, listen, like, this has been fun, and I'm enjoying it, but, like, we don't know each other. Like, we've just been kissing.
That too.
So.
And that also kind of goes against the trope of living happily ever after. And zippity-doo, the ending. Like, she's like, no! You! I've got my shit. You've got your shit. Carry on regardless. That was nice.
And that, like, she still did it in, like, a nice way where, like, she's like, yeah, like, I'll come visit still, and, like, we'll still be friends, and, like, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm not throwing away everything just because we kissed. So that was my favorite part. Alright, which character did you connect the most with and why?
The cat.
Oh, man. The cat?
The cat.
Lucifer?
I like sleeping.
Lucifer.
I don't know. I mean, maybe Bridget. Like, if I was, like, in that world, I think I'd be, like, friends with Bridget. Just because, like, she's a girl doing whatever she wants, regardless of what the men of that world think. And, like, props to her. That's about it. Like, maybe, I don't know if I'd be friends with Arthur. I think I'd find him pretty annoying. Even, like, as he grew as a character, it's just, he's a bit much for me.
He'd be very tiring very quickly.
Yeah.
Can I offer a thought? And I know this book was back to 2022, 2023, because I know it came out in the US, Canada 2023, so it's fairly recent. But one of the things we've seen watching the PWHL is every so often, inevitably a man will come in and say, who watches women's sports? And they'll be roundly chased out. While reading about the shit that Bridget went through, like the jeers and shit, that made me think of that, like, oh, who watches women do sport? And it's like, fuck you, that kind of thing. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, maybe that's why we like her so much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was definitely my favorite.
Yeah. Bridget's playing for Vancouver next year.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, like, I would be friends with Bridget. I don't think I could ever be Bridget. I'm not brave enough to be her. But I would definitely be on the sidelines, like, I want to be like you. You're cool as hell.
That's what I think as well. Like, I'd just be like, you are so fucking cool. Like, not even like, oh, I've got a crush on you, I fancy you, whatever. Like, you're just a fucking cool, good person. Just, let's just hang out and chat, you know?
Yeah, like, you're out there doing cool shit, and I like it. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Alright, are we done with number 5?
I believe so.
Okay.
You all agreed, Bridget.
I think so.
Okay, how did the main characters grow or change throughout the story?
Well, only Arthur did.
Yeah.
Well, they changed.
I thought we kind of covered this.
Gwen did change a bit in that, like, in the beginning, I don't think she ever would have put on Gabe's armor and, like, rode into battle to, like, bolster her spirits. But that's, like, a baby step. Like, she has changed a little bit, and she is kind of becoming friends with Agnes. So she is, like, army crawling her way to growing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like at the start of the book, Gwen was not exactly smart, but like she's playing chess, she's doing the embroidery, she's doing her own thing, and she's comfortable and powerful in that.
Very independent.
Yes. But when it came to expanding her independence, like taking up sword lessons and thing, it didn't feel like that really stuck in her or helped her change much. And if anything, she went from being independent to being a bit more... I hesitate to say this, but she needed somebody with her, even if it was just Bridget. Like, she needed somebody for her confidence, as opposed to before. She's been like, okay, I'm going to play chess. Fuck you guys.
Yeah. You would think that, like, sword lessons would maybe make her a little more confident of, like, oh, I actually can do this thing that I never thought I'd be able to do. But it just kind of didn't go anywhere. Yeah. And she also never ended up needing those sword lessons. Like, they never came in handy.
Yeah. Like, if Bridget had given her horse riding and wearing armor lessons, that would have been brilliant, but that was just my thought about Gwen, is that she, I don't want to say took steps backwards, but just didn't grow with the...
She didn't grow very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
She could have grown more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think with Gabe, like, he could have, like, his only thing is that, like, his dad died, so now he can be gay. Like,
now he's king and he can do the things he wanted to do. And I guess
You can
it's
do the king
kind
thing.
of growth because he wouldn't have done it before, but maybe that's because his dad is dead that he feels
Yeah.
like he can do it now.
Yeah.
So did he grow?
I
Yeah.
feel like
Smith.
he grew unevenly though. Like at the what's it called, the joust, the battle
Yeah.
when Bridget jumps in and is fighting the guy, and he's like, "Stop this!" Like that's a kind of growth because we never really like we never see him grow to take that step. It's like
Yeah.
one minute he's got the marzipan and he's reading his books and is telling about actually this is Excalibur 9 kind of thing, and the next he's like, fucking stop this shit, I am wanna be king, listen to me, fucking
Yeah.
zippity doo. Like we don't see that change happen, he just does it.
Yeah. I agree. What about you, Jam?
I don't know. I want to agree with that because, like, that is true. We don't really see that change happen. But then when I was reading it, I kind of just thought that that's just who he was already because he's trying so hard to, like, emulate this false image of Arthur.
So he
But then
only
I'm
did
just
it.
thinking of,
Oh, so like he only did it because he thought King Arthur would, type of thing.
yeah. But then, like, I'm thinking about before how he had mentioned, like, he goes to all these meetings with his father to talk about, like, you know, war and that kind of stuff. And it's just like they never seem to listen to him. So it's like, well, was that growth then? Because if they're not listening to him, like, in an important setting like that, but he suddenly decides he can, like, yell stop to, like, actually stop things. Like, I think there's a lot of Gabe that we don't get to see. We kind of just hear about. So I can't really tell if he really did grow. So I don't know.
I feel like if Wicked is the reframing of the witches from Wizard of Oz, we should have like a Gabe spin-off, like a Gabe spin-off, like a Gabe focused
Yeah, from his POV. From
Yeah.
I would read a Bridget Gabe POV book.
That would
I
be
would
fun.
too.
That would
I think
actually be
that'd
so
very
sick.
interesting.
Yeah. If you're listening, Lex, and
Yeah, I was gonna say, all right, we gotta write to Lex.
Pitter patter.
It's like that I'm excited about.
Yeah.
I don't think I can listen to more of Gwen's whining.
No.
And that would, like, if they are planning a expanded universe, that would be the story I'd want to read, and that's the direction I'd take it.
I think yeah, it would be nice because Bridget is already like, I'm not hanging out at the castle. So if we follow her out of the castle to see more of the world, I would read that.
Yeah.
And because you could still get updates from the characters, like with letters or whatever. So it's not like you're totally ditching them. All right, we gotta contact Lex. We've got a good story on our hands.
And it's only taken us nearly 4 hours to come up with it.
All right, how do the secondary characters impact or influence the main characters or story? Well, I think Sid basically saves the day. A lot of people would have died if it wasn't for him. So he definitely impacted the story.
What did he do?
At the battle, he like saved everyone's asses.
Did he?
Yeah, he like saved Bridget from dying. He saved Art from dying a billion times.
Oh. Wow.
He carries Art like through the battlefield.
Like, I remember him carrying, like, people, but
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if he was, like, fighting or anything. He was kind of just like, suddenly he's there. But I mean, I didn't read that part, so.
Yeah. No, he was fighting. He actually did stuff. Art just kind of laid on the ground and yelled at people.
Because Art can't hold a sword.
Well, he was in a coma basically until like the day before. So I guess we could cut him some slack. He was still very injured. It's dying. And then Agnes? I don't know what she did.
Agnes didn't really do much. She kind of helped Gwen become more social by sort of being her friend, but that's about it. I don't think she really played a huge, important role in the book at all.
The secondary characters didn't really do much. They were just kind of there. Like, Sydney did, but
Yeah. He's like the
Agnes
only one.
didn't do much.
I feel like Sid had like such a big part in the book compared to Agnes, who was basically there to be like, it's so ironic because like her part is basically to tell Gwen that like, oh, women do have like different personalities and like whatever, but she is such a fucking one-dimensional character. Like she is there to fall in love with Sid and tell Gwen that like women have brains and that's it. That's her whole role. She doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
We don't get to learn about her friends or what her life is like outside of being like the lady in waiting for Gwen, because I guess we're seeing everything from Gwen's point of view. So it's just like, there's the girl, then she's gone.
Yeah.
So we don't get to learn about her at all.
And then I yelled at her. Like, that's her whole role, is getting yelled at by Gwen.
Yeah. Even in the start, after Gwen has her dream, and Agnes is there, and Gwen's like, fucking, I hope she doesn't go tell anybody else. Like, even then, Agnes is still being talked about, not talked to.
Yeah.
Like, if Gwen had been like, listen, we all have it, it's fucking fine, zippity-doo, carry on, but just between you and me, just between us girls, then that would have been something, but she's like, fuck off, and then she's like, oh, I guess Agnes is going to tell everybody about it.
And it's like, yeah, if you're a bitch to her, then she should tell everyone.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
She should play the recording, like, listen to this.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if we're seeing Agnes as one-dimensional because it's from Gwen's point of view. Because I'd have to go back and read the book again. But, like, I'm wondering how Gwen talks about Sydney, like, during her chapters.
But even,
versus, like
even in Art's chapters, when he's talking to Sydney, it's just about how attractive she is.
Oh.
Like, Sydney doesn't bring up, like, anything about her personality and why he's interested in her. Yeah. It's just that she's pretty, and he wants to be in love with her.
Yeah.
Damn.
And even in the relationship between Sydney and Art, that was more developed than the relationship between Gwen and Agnes.
Yeah.
Like, at least Art and Sydney would sit and have a chat by the fire and whatnot. Like, that never happened with Agnes and Gwen.
Yeah, I feel like Art and Sid had, like, multiple, like, heart-to-heart moments.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Gwen and Agnes had one. Where it was like, bruh, I'm a human.
Yeah.
And that was it. And it took a fucking coup for that to happen. Like...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Although it kind of feels like that relationship was, like, the Art and Sydney relationship would have been built up more because they have been out on the town together. They did have a couple drinks, whereas Gwen has just been in her tower sewing. Like, if her and Agnes had gone out more, maybe they'd have developed more of a relationship. But again, it's never really revealed why Gwen doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm a princess. I'm here in my castle.
Because, like, even if they don't go out and do anything, they're still spending so much time together.
Yeah.
It's not like, are they sitting in silence all day, every day? They can't be.
But even...
I mean, I guess they could be, but, like, that'd be odd.
But even, like, if that was their relationship pre-book, this book is almost 420 pages. Like, they could have, like, built more into that relationship.
Yeah.
And just, like, developed it as we were reading. Of, like, oh, yeah, this is what the relationship was like. But now, this is how it's developing. And then maybe they don't become exactly like Art and Sid where they're besties and, like, Sid knows Art's deepest, darkest secret. But they could have progressed a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Another thought I had about that is, while you were talking just then, is we don't hear much about Sydney, but we do hear about Art going out with the maidens and bish bash banging all over the country. But when Sydney kind of starts sniffing around Agnes, Gwen is never like, what are you doing? Back off from my girl, kind of thing. Like, there's not even that defensiveness of, like, she's my pal, she's my lady, and whatever she is to me, back the fuck off. Like, there's no defensiveness there, which didn't sit right.
That's true, because, like, if you had a friend and, like, the friend of a fuckboy started, like, liking them, you'd be like, whoa, hold up, girly pop.
Yeah.
Take a second and think about if that's a good idea.
Exactly.
So true.
Right?
That's exactly
but, like,
what I'm saying, yeah.
She's not a girl's girl.
No, it's not a girl's girl. That's a good point, Peter. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that just struck me as, like, not even like a cursory, just leave her alone, eh? Nothing. No defense of Agnes at all.
Or even, like, to Agnes of, like, hey, you know his rep. Just be careful. If you need anything, I'm here for you. Or, like, you always know where to find the guards, or, like, whatever.
Yeah. Like, we'll use the word pineapple. If you yell the word pineapple, we'll tell the guards to come in with the swords and shit, you know?
Yeah, that is actually crazy. I didn't even notice that. Alright, which character did you dislike or disagree with the most, and why?
The floor recognizes Jam.
Well, we all know how I feel about Gwen, and we all know why I feel that way about Gwen, so you know my answer.
I feel like, it's the same here.
Yeah.
I
feel like probably Gwen.
Yeah.
Although Art's dad isn't a nice chap.
Yeah, but I feel like that's too easy of an answer, you know? Like,
yeah, that's like low-hanging. That's such low-hanging fruit. Satan hurt his back bending down to pick it up.
Yeah. Because if anyone did like him, like, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
Alright, any characters you wish you could give advice to, and what would you tell them?
The floor recognizes Jam.
Oh, I actually haven't thought about, like, any advice I would give to any of them. I don't know. I think if I had to give advice to anyone, it would probably be to Arthur. And it would be something about either I don't know, they don't have AA meetings back then, but, like, managing his alcoholism and his anger issues. Because, like, the moment he has to, like, even talk to his dad, even through, like, a letter, he's, like, triggered and pissed off and wants to drink. So it'd just be like, seek some form of therapy for that age, for that, like, period in time.
Because if Gwen turns 18, he's
like 19, isn't he?
Because when she was 5, he was 9, so what was that, 4 years? 3 years, 4 years? 4. So he's early 20s at this point.
I thought he was like the same age as Gabe. I don't know.
Gabe's older.
Yeah, Gabe's the older brother. But if you did have to sit and talk to Gwen, like you're sitting in the room with Gwen, you're like, Agnes...
Jam leaves.
I'm sitting in the room with Gwen. Would she even want to talk to me? I'm just a woman. I'm just a silly woman who gossips. Why would I be in the room with Gwen?
That's a good point. Maybe you're like, I can give you sword sword fighting, and then while you've got your arms around her, you're doing the sword thing, you can be like, don't be a bitch in her ear and shit.
The thing is, like, even if I was in a room with Gwen, let's say I was Bridget, I wouldn't care for her at all. I wouldn't have a crush on her. I wouldn't want to have a conversation with her because, like, oh, cool, I love that you've cheered for me during these tournaments, but, like, who is you? What do you do?
Yeah.
All you know is she's a princess. Because she doesn't do anything.
And you're a coward. Like, you're terrible. Sorry.
Power dynamic as well. Like, because Gwen is a princess, maybe she does expect Bridget to be all like, oh, your highness and shit like that. But Bridget is very clearly like, yep, whatever.
I don't know. Because she kind of pulls that with Arthur and Sid of, like, you need to remember who you're talking to type thing.
Yeah.
But I think Bridget's never, like, rude. So,
yeah.
It's like...
Because she's a knight, so she has, like, the knight's code and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas Art can do whatever the fuck he wants, pretty much. Because he's not royal, but he's... Not that, but because he's, like, the son of a lord, right?
Yeah.
So, like they don't have the same code of conduct that a knight does.
Like, he's nobility, but, like, small n.
Yeah, nobility is the word I was thinking of. Thank you.
Like, from the courts, so he's not just a regular person.
Yeah.
You all giving advice to any characters?
Yeah, Peter, what about you?
I'm giving advice to the cat and saying, go give this guy some cuddles. He's seen some shit. His dad doesn't like him. Just go give him a...
He's gone through a lot.
Victoria?
I think someone needs to tell Gabe to man up and just grow up. And just...
But somebody does, and we don't see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Arthur does it.
Arthur does do it, but he needs to do it meaner. Advice. He needs to do it meaner.
Tough love.
And just, it's just like, listen, bucko, you're gonna be king. You gotta get your shit together. Alright? That would be my advice. Well thought out.
What is the time span that this book takes place? Is it like, it does seem like it's a few
over
weeks.
a summer.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You know, we lose a month because Arthur's out for a month. Yeah. We know that. Before, I don't know.
Because, so I guess he gets there in June. We probably lose, like, July. And then the coup's, like, in August, I guess?
It's such a good time to have a coup. The weather's fine. It's still the tail end of summer.
It's not too hot. Not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah, you can wear your casual armor as opposed to the lined armor. You know, it's a good time. Still have barbecues. Sorry.
All right, what do we think happens after Gabe gives his speech about being gay is okay?
I don't think he marries Arthur. I think despite giving that speech, it's still going to take him years to even be... What's the word I'm looking for?
Accepted?
To show any PDA. Like, is he even going to hold Arthur's hand? Will he even go that far? I don't think so. Not unless Arthur's initiating it all the time, and then he's just like, fuck, well, this guy's doing it.
Well, as king, he doesn't have to get married as early as Gwen does. So he does have, like, a few years to kind of get his shit together.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking because he's king and now he's saying, like, these are the rules. It's like, are you going to, like, lead by example, gay man? Are you going to get yourself a husband and publicly be like, this is my man, I love him, and I'm going to smooch him all day, every day? I don't think so.
No, I think it's going to take him a while. I think it would take him a while because he's still, like, so uncomfortable with being gay. And he's still, like, kind of weird. Not, like, weirded out that he kisses Arthur, but, like, he doesn't initiate it very often. I think he still needs to, like, be comfortable in his own skin. And so I think that, and also becoming king all of a sudden, like, he needs, like, a little...
He's busy.
Yeah, his life's kind of going like this, so he needs to wait for it to kind of chill out just a little bit, because as king it never really does, I guess. But I feel like eventually he would, maybe not with Arthur, but I think he would settle down with someone.
You don't think he'd settle down with Arthur? Because I think Arthur would, like, continue, like, pining after this man, considering his relationship history, which is, like, one man that was abusive and he stayed with him pretty much anyways. And now this one guy is, like, nice to him, but also not that great, but, you know.
I don't think Gabe and Art are endgame.
Yeah,
like, they're a nice little summer fling, maybe, but I don't think they're forever.
Yeah, or maybe, like, they stay together a little bit, but then, because, like, Arthur doesn't like Camelot. Like, it's boring as hell.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, what is he gonna do while Gabe's out being king and doing king stuff and in meetings?
Well, they might change the capital again. Because I guess that's just what kings decide to do.
Would Gabe be allowed to put Art in a position of power? Like, this is my second hand, my first officer, whatnot kind of thing?
He's the king. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
But
he's only the king, though, as long as the rest of the people don't rebel against him. Don't kill him, yeah.
But the question is, does Art want that? Does he actually want responsibility and to do anything?
I think if Gabe gave it to him, he might be more able to take it. But I think if him and Gabe break up, he's not going to stick around.
Well, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know that the coup fails, right? Is Art's father still alive, or is he now the new lord of whatever?
I don't know.
I
don't think it's ever really revealed.
Because, like, that's already responsibility he has to take over. Because, I mean, even if the father's alive, I'm sure he'd lose his...
Yeah, he's losing his title for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's like, now Arthur has this responsibility regardless.
And he probably can't go back home now. Like, if it was sketchy for him to go back before, he definitely couldn't go back now.
He could, because it was just the dad that didn't like him. Like, Mrs. Asherill's the one who actually ran everything, and she loves him.
Yeah.
Because she only stayed because of him.
I thought she'd be a bigger character.
Yeah. Me too.
It was shaping up for her to be like the role model, but that never happened.
Yeah, not even in like remember when Mrs. Asheville said blah 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 blah. Like, she's just never thought of again after they leave.
She delivers a book and that's it. Well, she mails it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
She orders it on Amazon. Has it shipped next day delivery. She pays for that $3.99 subscription, which is good.
Oh, Art and Gwen definitely do not get married.
No.
Are Art and Gwen even in love?
I don't know.
I don't think they should be even... Like, obviously, we know they're not in love. But, I mean, I don't think they should even be friends after Gwen's bullshit.
Yeah.
Art deserves better.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, when I wonder what that happened with that. If he was like, hey, remember when you stopped fucking talking to me and you were a fucking prick to me? Did he ever call her on that?
I don't think so, because it happens so close to the end.
Yeah. I hope he does it. Like, after the book, I hope he does at some point. Like, what was that about? Just, even if I was asleep, just poke me with a stick and be like, yo, what's up with these?
Yeah, I feel like at some point they would have had that conversation, especially with, like, between Gabe and Art.
Yeah.
Of just like, hey, that wasn't chill. And then, like, Gabe would probably explain their point of view. And then Art would probably be like, oh, yeah, you know what, that kind of actually does seem really sketchy. I understand, but that still sucks. Next time, just fucking ask me.
Yeah. I wonder if it was ever weird for Gabe when he finds out that Gwen and Art did kiss.
No, I'm pretty sure Art does tell Gabe that.
Yeah. But I wonder if it was ever weird, like, that's not how your sister did it.
I don't think so.
Next question, please.
Oh, my one thing was, in, like, the beginning of the book, there's the part where Gwen's talking about how, like, oh, when she gets married, she doesn't want to, like, change her routines, blah, blah, blah. And she talked about Maidville. I thought she was just making, like, a joke about being, like, a maiden of, like, whatever. I didn't realize until later that was actually what his thing was called. She would actually be, like, the Lady of Maidville.
I was going to ask, where is that? Because I want to double check the spelling on that. What page is that in, do you know?
Oh, I have no idea.
Maidville shows up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also in the letter from the dad. So if you can all just, like, flip through until you see different text.
Or he's like the honorable lord, I think.
Yeah.
Maidvale.
It's like Maidvale, maybe?
Because there is a place in London, somewhere near there, called Maida Vale. Because there's a big music studio named after it, the Maida Vale Studios, and I wondered if that was what that was.
I don't know.
And it's something I meant to look into, but it just completely slipped my mind until you said it there.
Alright. Do we have a most shocking or memorable twist in the story?
Gwen's betrayal. Shocking. Upsetting.
But not unexpected.
Yeah.
No,
She was
not
always
as
going to flip like a light switch.
She was shallow. I should have known.
Yeah.
There are puddles in the desert that are deeper than her.
Yeah.
The coop. Oh my gosh. Didn't see that coming.
No. Definitely not.
The king dying was a twist for me. Damn.
Yeah, I didn't really think he would die. Honestly, I didn't think about him much at all. I didn't think about him enough to think if he would die or not. For a king, he didn't really do much.
I thought at some point Gabe would become king, but I thought it'd just be like, oh, I'm old, I'm giving my kingdom to the king. I didn't think the king would maybe die. Like, I've settled this uprising, I'm done, I'm out, fucking, here you go, have a kingdom. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Alright, if you had to fight one of the characters in an old-timey boxing ring, who would you choose and would you win?
Peter, you go first.
I am absolutely fighting Sydney. And we're gonna wrestle in a big tub of stew.
Do you think you would win?
I hope it'd be at least a draw. Like, you know, at the end of Rocky 3, it's the fade out with the eye of the tiger as they're frozen. That's what I want to happen with me and not the Foo. What is his name? Sydney. I keep calling him the Foo. With me and Sydney. Because I just keep seeing the Foo from Beauty and the Beast. So that's what I hope happens with me and Sydney in a tub of stew. Just freeze frame. Eye of the tiger as we're going to fight. Covered in stew. Carrots dripping out my hair. Fabulous. 10 out of 10. God, that sounds so good. Wrestling a man in stew.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about stew. I thought you were just thinking about that.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
White food eats stew, so I'm like hungry because I can smell it. Ooh. But like wrestling in stew, I don't want that on my body.
No, that's
as long as it's like cool.
Stuck in your hair, because it's all kind of thick and sludgy.
You don't want to wrestle in the hot stew, especially the stew with dumplings.
So then it's all like congealed and jelly-like. It's even worse. Yeah, no.
It's not.
Maybe put on like a slow not like a slow simmer, but like a slow heat where it's like as bare as it can be, so it's still warm. Because you don't want to wrestle in cold stew. That I will give you.
No.
I'm not wrestling in any form of stew. I'm not playing with or in my food.
And the longer you cook it, the softer it all gets, the softer the meat gets. So I pick up a leg of lamb, hit him with it, it just goes right down his face, drips off the bone. Fabulous.
Also,
wrestling men in stew.
I am so sorry, but I think Sydney would kick your ass. I don't think you're
listen. No way.
I was gonna say, because didn't he take out a bunch of knights at the end? Can you take out a bunch of knights?
Yeah. He's scrappy.
You're saying I'm not scrappy?
No.
I don't know. Can you fight?
Have you been in bar fights?
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
Okay.
Well, I've been in fights.
Did you win?
I regained consciousness.
Oh my gosh.
That's a win.
Yeah.
Victoria, who are you fighting?
Yes, Victoria. Who are you foxy boxing in the stew?
Oh my god. I feel like the only one I could possibly take is Art. Just go for the hand.
Not even Gwen?
I was going to say Gwen or Gabe. Okay. You could beat Gabe. You could beat the shit out of Gabe.
No, because Gabe does know sword fighting.
Gabe is
not at
actually
the start of the book.
Sorry?
Not at the start of the book.
No,
yeah, he does.
Because he's good at sword fighting, but it's just he avoids doing it. He doesn't like it, but he knows what he's doing.
I think he's like the sleeper build of muscles, where like he looks really thin and scrawny, but he's actually like jacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I could take that. I mean, I could take Gwen, but like, it's like fighting a child. It's literally fighting a child.
Gwen is like, you go up to her and like, come on, let's fight. She'll be like, no.
Yeah.
No, like, go away.
Yeah, like she wouldn't even show up.
She'd just be embroidering.
So I guess I win by default.
She's just like walking through the field on like her morning walk, and you just fly out of nowhere, punch her in the face. You don't think she'd keep fighting you?
No, I think she would call the guards, and my head would be chopped off for treason. That's the thing. Probably. Like, I don't think she would actually fight her own fight. She'd get the guards to do it, and then you just die. It's either you're fighting a child, or she gets your head cut off. There's no in between.
But at least you have the moral victory, because you were there for it.
No, I feel like Art I could at least fight, and it wouldn't like feel like you're fighting a child.
But he's so drunk most of the time, would it be a fair fight?
Well, I just won't do it when he's drunk.
It'll be totally fair.
Yeah. Alright, Jim, what about you?
Yeah.
I would be fighting Art's dad and his ex. And I would win. Because murder. They don't deserve to live.
I love it. Those are good choices.
Yeah. It's like, give me a knife, I'm going for their throats immediately. What are you talking about?
Gam is the knife, and she has a knife.
Alright, it's our favorite time.
Is this the one?
It crept up on us.
Oh.
It really did.
I was looking at the numbers, and I was like, what the heck is left?
I thought it was like straight to rating. I forgot we cast people.
Yeah. I was waiting for it, and I was like, surely there's more before this. Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Who do we want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, there you go.
So, disclaimer for my
Oh,
casting.
hold on. I forgot to hide them.
Oh no.
I forgot that's,
Well,
a
that's
thing I
fine.
do.
That's fine.
Hold on. It's okay. It'll be dead soon. Man, I even had this one done like so early for once. I think it was like 10
I sent
o'clock.
I sent my casting over on Saturday to be like, here you go, here's it early. It's like, this is not early.
No, you were the first
Earlier
one.
than usual.
Was I first?
Yeah,
That
you were
is- that is
first.
way early.
I didn't see mine till like last night, I think.
Yeah.
I am on top of this month. This will never happen again. We should wrap the book club after this. It will never get better.
He finished the book. He did this
You did all the
casting.
things.
Okay.
I did the quote,
Yeah.
You're on a roll.
and I didn't even like the book. That's not true. I didn't hate the book.
All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Jam's going first, right? Is that what we decided?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so for my casting, I couldn't visualize like actual actors playing like a live action of the people, so I went with voice actors because they were just like cartoons in my head, being all dramatic and whatnot. So, first person playing Gwen, I chose Ashley Tisdale because I was thinking of like the really annoying Candace voice. Just like, Mom!
She's
I don't
basically
know
just
if
playing
you-
Sharpay Evans.
Oh, I was thinking of like Phineas and Ferb.
Oh,
Yeah.
Phineas and Ferb, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my voice. Well, not my voice. That's like my casting for Gwen because not likable. I mean, Candace is likable in Phineas and Ferb, but you know. Next for Arthur, I went with Dante Bosco. I'm not sure why. I was just imagining his very well-known Prince Zuko voice the whole time.
What voice has he done? I'm not familiar
From
with this.
Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's also been in like a bunch of other movies and other films. No,
Okay.
other TV shows, but I think most people now recognize him from Avatar: The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra. Next for Gabe is David Faustino. He played. What did he play? Hold on.
David Faustino, Bud
what did he
Bundy.
do?
He was Bud Bundy in Married with Children.
Oh, was he? I didn't see that. I was thinking it's Legend of Korra, another cartoon.
Okay.
He's the voice of Mako.
I would never have known that.
That's
I'm like,
okay.
hey, Bud Bundy! We're here to learn.
Next we have for Bridget, Seychelle Gabrielle. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. I think I am. Another character from The Legend of Korra.
Did you just cast Legend of Korra plus Ashley Tisdale?
I think so, now that I think about it. No,
Is this like that
feel like
sweet
it was-
on deck crossover?
I have one. No, okay, I have 3 of them from Legend of Korra slash
Okay.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Okay.
Next is Agnes. I chose Mae Whitman.
Her?
Her?
Way to plant egg.
Is that her?
That's her. That's Mae Whitman. Her Anne from Arrested Development.
I didn't even remember she played Anne. Oh,
She was
I'm
also in Scott Pilgrim. She was one of the evil exes.
yes, that one I remembered.
Also, I realized I lied. This is the 4th character from like Avatar. She was the voice of Katara.
Is this
But
a
I have
live
also-
action or is it animated?
This would be a cartoon.
Cartoon.
like
Oh, I
anime,
have
something.
Legend of Airbender, sorry. Legend of Airbender? No, what's it called? Airbender of the Last Generation? No,
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
That, yes.
Peter, are you
Yes.
drunk?
I'm not drunk.
Yes.
I'm just drinking my water.
I have also seen her in something else, but I can't remember. It was on Netflix. Can't remember. Anyways, I like her as an actress and as a voice actor.
Do you know? I think she was also in Zombieland. I think she was the wee pal in Zombieland.
I think so. Not the one I was thinking of, but like I think she's also in that as well.
Because the other one is Emma Stone, who was also in Poor Things. But then there's Emma Stone's wee pal in Zombieland, and I'm sure that might be Mae Whitman. Cannot confirm, but I believe.
She was in some Netflix show, wasn't she?
Yeah, that's
like
the one I'm trying to think of.
The Three Moms, I think, where they do crimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They do crimes. I think I only watched the first season.
Yeah, same. It was good. I just never went back to it.
Yeah.
Do you remember who else was in the show?
White women.
Another lady whose name I can't remember, but she was in Mad Men, and another person who plays Donna in.
Oh, Parks and Rec.
Yes. That's as far as I can tell you. Anyways, my last casting for Sydney.
Yes. Sorry.
Jeremy Shada. I'm sorry. He voice acted Lance from Voltron. I don't know if anyone watched Voltron. I did.
I haven't watched any of these
that's
animes.
my casting. God. What the fuck?
I was gonna say, wasn't he in the Avengers? But that's Ultron, not Voltron.
These were on Cartoon Network.
I didn't have
Why
Cartoon.
Didn't you watch?
I didn't have Cartoon Network.
That's fine. Okay. That's my cast.
All right.
You sounded so sad at the end there, like
yeah.
Oh, how would I adapt the book?
Yeah.
It's gonna be. I already said it's gonna be a cartoon. It's gonna have lots of episodes, and I don't think anyone watched Total Drama Island, but I would want it to look like that.
I'm gonna Google this.
I'm disappointed.
I was like, I'm sensing
anime
some
or
attitude from her.
Anyways, I'm done.
Really, that's how you do that kind of animation.
Just because I couldn't really take them seriously the whole time I was reading it, so just like it would be kind of funsy slapstick. Is that what they say?
Yeah.
It's cropping weird on stream. I apologize.
Would you make it like a mini series or just a one-off, a film? What would you do with it?
I think it would have a few seasons. Yeah, maybe like 2 seasons.
I think it's canceled because everyone hates Gwen.
Yeah. Would you do it like for, because this is a YA book, would you keep the swearing and whatnot, or would you make it more Cartoon Network kid friendly?
More kid friendly. I would just take out like the swearing part, but I don't think they really do anything that like
they just kill people.
Not kid friendly. Aside from the murder, like we can do off-screen murders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Peter,
Dory, do you want to go next?
Oh yeah, sure, I'll go. Alrighty. First up, I think was Gwen.
Yeah.
And I went with Sadie Sink.
Is this live action?
It is live action.
Okay.
Why Sadie?
She has red hair.
And as we can clearly see on the cover.
Yeah, Gwen also has red hair. I also went with like a bit of a younger cast because they are young. So I'll try to find younger people. She is probably one of the best like younger redheaded actresses.
Yeah.
And like I mostly know her from Stranger Things and the All Too Well music video. So she has done like more serious roles. And so I think she would do a good job of like playing like that bratty child of like, you're gonna do what I want because I'm the princess. And also I think she just deserves to have a role where she gets to dress up in princessy gowns after being on Stranger Things and rolling in the mud and floating up. You know what I mean? She deserves to have some fun.
What kind of accent does she have?
She is American, I believe.
Would you make them do? That's something I was going to ask Jam. Would you make them do British accents because this is in England?
Oh,
Yeah, I
don't
guess
know.
because it is in England. Yeah. At least for Gwen and Gabe, I would, because like they're like the typical like royal posh British accents.
I say, let us go to the banquet tonight, rather.
Yeah, just like that.
Exactly like that.
For art, so I tried to like, so Lex was like very specific about people's ethnicities, so I tried to keep things kind of close because it is live action. It is very hard to find Iranian actors that aren't old. So Nick, I don't know how to say his last name. He is not Iranian, but I still think he would be a good role, he would still be a good choice for the role because I mostly know him from, I think it's Atypical, but he plays like a fuckboy type character who still has like that heart of gold.
Oh, okay.
And so he has like he can do it because I've seen it. And I think he would bring that back into this role, and it would be a fun time. And I think you just have a lot of fun with like all of Art's stupid ass jokes and shenanigans. I accidentally clicked into it. For Gabe, I picked Scott Patterson. Again.
Hey, that's a twofer for Scott.
Is that? Oh, that's not his name, is it?
I don't know who this man is.
I picked the wrong.
Scott Patterson, but
No, that's not his name. It's Trevor Steins. I lied.
with apologies to Trevor if you're listening. And why wouldn't
I'm
you be?
so sorry, Trevor. I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
Still don't know who you are, Trevor.
He played Jason Blossom in season 1 of Riverdale.
I did not watch Riverdale.
I saw like an episode or two of Riverdale because I was going to like, because you know Sabrina's a spin-off from that, so I was going to like watch them concurrently, but I never got past episode 2 of Riverdale.
Well, season 1 is the best season. It's the only one that actually makes sense and does what it set out to do. It was like a murder mystery type episode where poor Trevor Stein gets murdered.
Oh, damn. First day on the job and they killed him.
Yeah. However, he is a redhead, and I think he looks like a prince. So.
I agree.
It could be
right?
Shy and nerdy and like, and whatnot.
I don't think I would take that approach with him of like the actually, like I wouldn't do that because that's annoying as fuck and I'd want to probably kill him. But yeah, I think he could do like the quiet nerdy but can a sword fight somehow and has birds.
Yeah,
I
kind
believe
of like reserved.
Yeah, like I believe that about him. And then next up for Bridget, again, okay, so I tried finding Thai actresses because Bridget is supposed to be Thai. So I just Googled it. Yeah, she is very pretty. So I picked her. Her name is Milk Pansa Vosbian. I think she does like Thai dramas.
Okay.
So I feel like she could bring some drama to the role of Bridget, you know?
And this could be like a big break to a Western audience.
Yeah. And like she just looks like she could be a knight. Like she looks like she just does not give a fuck. She's like, yeah, you know what? Fuck the patriarchy. I'm gonna do what I want and you're gonna let me.
I can see that. Let's give her a sword. Like
the quiet confidence of like, I can do it and I don't care. Alright, for Agnes, I went with Jessie May Lee. She is from Shadow and Bones. That's what I know her from. She's the lead in it. But I think she could do like the more reserved role of Agnes. Or if we wanted to give Agnes more of a personality and shit to do, then she would be perfect. For poor Sydney, I went with Jacob Elordi. Again, I just Googled young male actors. He's been in stuff. Honestly, everyone else, like when I was looking through pictures of people, I was like, yeah, that could work. For Sydney, I had no idea what kind of person I wanted. But I was like, you know what? He looks like a young, scrappy guy who is...
I was going to say, he has the face for Sydney, for me.
Yeah. Like, once I saw him, I was like, you know what? It works. Like, he's young, he's scrappy. He's gonna get in a fight. He's the perfect, like, secondary heartthrob type thing.
Kind of douchebaggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's perfect. And
Especially since it turns out... Sorry.
Oh, no, you can go.
Especially since it turns out that Art is not the fuckboy, but he's the actual fuckboy.
Yeah. Like, I
can see him fuckboying.
Yeah. So, that's my cast. And I think I would do this as... a limited snow... 1 season. No, a movie. We're going a movie.
You could do that. Cut out a bunch of unnecessary stuff.
There is a lot. And I think a lot of it would play a lot faster on screen.
Yeah.
So, just 1 movie. Alright, Peter.
Excellent. See, I had a similar thought to Jam, that I couldn't see this in live action. Like, Lex did try to make it funny, and there are funny beats in it, but I couldn't see that back and forth happening properly in live action. That was just me. I couldn't see that, so I chose to make it animated. And I was thinking in an animated style similar to Shrek or Disenchantment on Netflix, the Matt Groening show. So I thought that kind of style for the animation. And the voice cast, I chose Keira Knightley as Gwen. Because that line in Pirates of the Caribbean, "You think you know pain? Try wearing a corset." Like, that's just kind of bitchy, princessy role I thought would be good for her. Plus, she is British, so she's got that British accent thing going on. So I thought her. For Art, I was looking for somebody who could be really kind of smooth and, hey, look at how cool I am. So I chose the voice talents of Idris Elba, because I thought he would be fantastic at it. I thought he'd be great. For Gabe, I feel like most of these character models would kind of sort of be based on who's doing the voices, and someone kind of nerdy, someone who could be a little, not but quiet, shy, studious. I chose Robert Pattinson, as the voice of Gabe, because I thought he would be quite fun for that. Especially, again, because he's British. For Bridget, I was thinking of somebody who could be a little bit more low, like not exactly sultry, but kind of be a little bit more, hey, look at how cool I am. And I just thought a cool, not deep voice, but deeper voice, and I chose Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who you may know as Fleabag from the show Fleabag. And she was also in the last Indiana Jones movie as well, ? So her as the voice of Bridget. For Agnes, I was thinking, because it is a cartoon, you want it to be a bit faster, a little bit more back and forth. So for the voice of Agnes, I chose Zendaya, Zendaya, as I thought she would be a juxtaposition to Keira Knightley's "Hello, I'm British," and she'd be like, "Yeah, fuck you, who cares?" kind of thing. And finally, for the voice of Sydney, I kind of pictured Sydney as older, almost like a LeFou character. Not comic relief, but that kind of attitude. So I imagined the voice talents of Oscar winner Denzel Washington as the voice of Sydney.
You're going to give Sydney the voice of Denzel Washington and then you're going to fight him? Are you insane?
It's only the voice. I would never dream of fighting. If I had to dream about fighting Denzel, I'd wake up and apologize. I also thought, because there would be a lot of conversation between Sydney and Art, that Idris and Denzel having the heart-to-hearts would be really fucking cool, and their voices would make it deeper. Like, more than just a cartoon, you'd feel something from their interactions. I'm thinking a movie. At least one movie, maybe two, maybe more if there's scope to expand the story, but an animated film in the as I said, in the style of Shrek / Disenchanted and an animated film. Thank you.
All right. And now for our second favorite part.
Yay!
It's time to rate the book. Da, 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 da. All right, team. Who would like to go first?
As you recommended the book, you should go first.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That should be the new rule. Whoever recommends it goes first. Not, it's just in the ratings.
Okay.
Recommends it.
Did it
live to your expectations? Sorry, I'm babbling.
I think I would give it like a 7. It's not bad. It's not great. Oh wait, I'm supposed to recap how we do our score system. I'm sorry.
Yes.
We score on a scale of 1 to 10 stars. 1 meaning you would have DNF'd it if it wasn't for a book club. 5 is you are neutral, nothing positive, nothing negative. It simply exists in the world. And number 10 is you would recommend it to a friend. So, I think I sit at like a 7.
I think that's fair.
Who would like to go next?
Peter, you go next.
I will go next. I will go next if you wish. I started going, I will go next. No, I meant like, I will go next if you wish. I'm leaning more towards a 7 as well. Maybe 7.5 because I wanted to like it. And I liked a lot of it. I just felt a couple of tweaks, make it a little bit more compact, speed it up a bit. You'd have a solid 7.5/8, but I'm more comfortable giving it a 7 than I am 7.5, so I'll go for 7 as well.
Jam.
Oh man. So before I got to the end and the part that pissed me off, I think I would have given it like a 7 or a 7.5. And I feel like because of how it ended, like it's not going to get a higher rating, but I also don't want to give it such a low rating because of like it's not a couple pages, it's a pretty big detail, the ending. I'm going to go with a 5.5. Because, like, at the end of the day, I did like most of it. Yeah, 5.5.
I think that's fair.
All right, what does that put the overall rating at?
I think about. I'm not a maths expert, but about 6-ish, 6.25 maybe, because it is 5.5.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
6.25.
6.25. Sorry.
6.25. Look at that. I was actually accurate.
No, I just put that because you said it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, let me do the math. Maybe you are right, though.
I thought somebody had asked. I feel,
No.
I'm not a maths expert, but about 6.2.
I mean, we can just go based on vibes. It doesn't have to actually. Like,
Yeah.
we just agreed that that's what our overall rating would be. It doesn't have to be like
Yeah.
a math thing.
Okay. I agree with 6.25.
Me too.
Yeah, I think that's good.
All right. Look at us go. Flying through this shit.
We are fabulous.
What am I looking to hide? You? And now you're... Alright, any final thoughts that you would like to share about the book?
No.
Not particularly. Do you, I would like to ask, seeing as both of you have read a lot of YA, do you think it deserves the YA winner 2024?
I would have to see what they were up against.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think, like, because I have been, like, avoiding a lot of YA. Like, now that I'm, like, so much older. And I'm thinking, like, oh, I'm sure I've read better YA. But also, that was back when I was a teen. It might have been absolutely trash.
No, some of it holds up. Like, I reread Aragon, like, a couple years ago. Like, I reread the whole series, and I still freaking love that book. Like, there's just so... Like, the characters are just so good. There's so much detail in it.
I've never read Aragon. Is it good? Oh, you just said it was good, so...
Nah, I hated that book.
Enjoyed it. I read the whole fucking thing. It was fabulous.
Yeah.
Holds up like a motherfucker. Was it good?
But yeah, I loved Aragon. And that's something I read originally, like, in elementary school. So, yeah. I was going to have the question. I saw Lex posted, I think on Instagram, saying that if they were to release more content based off of this book, what would you want?
Gabe.
But I think we already answered that when we said that we want a Bridget and Gabe POV book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We can send her this video.
The whole 4 hours.
The whole
4.5.
Every single
Christ.
second of it. Including the breaks, including the intro.
Yeah.
Every second of it.
Alright. Well, I think at 4.5 hours, we're pretty much ready to wrap up. Would you guys say?
Isn't there one
Peter,
more
pick
bit
a
of business
book.
we still have to...
No, I meant like wrap up with this book
Oh, okay,
before
yes.
we move. No, I wasn't just gonna.
Like, okay, we're done.
Stream's over.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just meant wrap up the book. We're done after 4.5 hours with it.
Let me ask you this, because yours is kind of personalized.
Yeah.
Are you going to keep it? Or
Yeah.
is it off to Goodwill?
No, I'm keeping it. What the heck?
See,
No, my good friend Peter went all around freaking Scotland to find me this copy of the book, and then he got it personalized for me. You know what? Fuck it. I'm done with it. I'm just throwing it in the trash.
you throw it and it hits Dylan, he's like, what's this? Don't throw your crap over here.
Yeah. Like, even
See,
if
mine
I...
isn't personalized, so I can give this to anybody. Do you want anybody want this book?
We could do a giveaway.
We could actually.
But yeah, even if I hated the book, like, just because, like, you got it for me, and, like, you went through all that effort, and you got it, like, I would still keep it. Just because of that, not so much because of the book.
Yeah.
What a good friend.
You are a very good friend. I don't deserve you.
I try really hard. Alright, so we're done with this book now?
I believe so. Any final thoughts? Going once, going twice, and
No.
closed. It's done.
Alright.
We are finished.
Peter, you are picking July's book.
Well, you say that, but the wheel has yet to spin.
The wheel has chosen
not-
Peter.
yeah.
Your name is in all 4 sections.
Okay, maybe my stream's lagging. I believe you. Right, so the previous book we read. What was the previous book we read? I had a whole thing. planned.
Legends and Lattes?
Legends and Lattes. Yes, there were fucking legends and lattes in that book. It was a little bit fantasy, a little bit make believe. This book was Arthurian. There was knights and shit. We're going to Earth. Have you heard of that place?
No.
Good, because we're not going there. We are going to Mars. I have chosen The Martian by Andy Weir.
What does that sticker say on it?
That sticker says, the book behind the major motion picture.
The one with Matt Damon?
The exact one with Matt Damon.
I'll be back in a second.
Victoria's running away, she hates it. I will read you the back passage. It says, read you the back paragraph. I'm stranded on Mars. I have no way to communicate with Earth. If the oxygenator breaks down, I'll suffocate. If the water reclaimer breaks down, I'll die of thirst. If the habitat breaches, I'll just kind of explode. If none of these things happen, I'll eventually run out of food and starve to death. I'm screwed.
I'm interested to see how accurate the movie was.
It's the book expands on a few more ideas, but it's fairly close. It's a lot of fun. I really do enjoy this book. I've read it a couple of times. I don't know who that guy is on the front cover, because that is not Matt Damon.
Yeah, that's why I was like, isn't that the movie with Matt Damon? But who's that man? Maybe it is Matt Damon.
I think it is him.
Do you have it too?
Amazing!
You don't have
five.
a fake Matt Damon.
No, I don't. I have the nice cover.
You don't even have a person on your cover. I was
Yeah, I
going
do.
to pick the follow-up book to this. Do you?
Well, he's like the little astronaut guy.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see that.
Yeah, I know.
Blur.
It's the...
It's the thing.
I'm gonna see if I can get the book with like a different cover.
Yeah, you should get the book with the movie cover, so we've got all the covers, and we can all book 5. I was originally going to pick not follow up to this, but Andy Weir's next book, which is called Project Hail Mary, and that's the film which is coming out with Ryan Gosling in. Because hooray, Ryan fucking Gosling, he's got all the acting talent of a cardboard box.
Oh man, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, mine comes with questions and topics for discussion.
Wow. Doing our job for us.
If you want, we could, at the end.
Mine has none of that. Can you give us a question now?
Question 1. How did The Martian challenge your expectations of what the novel would be? What did you find most surprising about it?
I was just surprised that Matt Damon didn't grow as a character. Like, he was hanging about the castle, he was just doing his sewing.
Yeah.
Have you read it yet? Or is it to be read?
I have read it.
What did you think?
Oh, so I just haven't read it. Okay. I watched the movie. I've watched the movie twice.
The movie is excellent. I love that movie.
Alright,
So that's the book, The Martian.
Good choice. Do we want to do July 27th for our next meeting?
We can. I probably won't be available, honestly.
Okay. Is there another day that works better for you?
No. I don't know. Like, let's say July 27th.
Okay.
July 27th is free for me, although the end of July is leading up to August, which is Edinburgh Fringe, so
yeah.
I may be a little bit zippity, even though it's my book, I may be a little bit upsy-doozy.
It's a good thing you've read it already.
Yep. When we're done here, I'm going to post a 5.5-hour video essay about it. And that's just the first chapter, so you can just play that in lieu of me being here.
Alright. Well, that was book club, everybody. Another successful episode, I think.
God.
Let's say another episode. Let's not say successful.
Almost 5
It might have
hours.
been our longest one.
It 100% is.
4 hours, 37 minutes, and 18 seconds at this point.
We went so long, Ghost isn't even streaming anymore, and we always raid Ghost or
I was about to say. It's like we can't even raid him. Well, is there anyone you want to raid before we disappear?
I'm good to just end it.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Okay. You got so much to live for. It wasn't that bad.
Alright, here, shout out Peter. Go.
Choking. Dying. Oh no.
Oh my God.
I won't even make next month. Excuse me. I'm good. I'm done.
Alright, go follow Peter. He has a podcast.
Stuff. Things. Matt Damon.
Is it this? Yeah, there. That's his podcast. Jam, go.
It's me. It's Blue Clovers. I haven't streamed in a bit because lazy. Sometimes I stream. When? I don't know. The end.
Next Sunday is when?
Yeah, next Sunday.
Oh, that's true. I did do like the stream last Sunday, didn't I? Technically.
Yeah.
It was Minecraft last Sunday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the only thing I'll probably shout out is we started doing Soda Pop Shop Sundays. For any Sunday that is not a book club meeting, we play a game together. So far, we have done Minecraft, Core Keeper, and Euro Truck Sim. And it's been a lot of fun. Should we spin the wheel
to see what we're playing next time?
I don't have a wheel.
I don't have a wheel made.
I just love a wheel. I love spinning a wheel. Listen, what do I have here that I can spin? I've got...
We have too many games to choose from.
Yeah,
I've got a race car, so I'll spin the Lego race cars wheel. There we go. I've done a thing. 10
out of 10. All right, we're heading out. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for being here. Oh, follow us on Instagram. Links are there.
Join the Discord.
Join Discord. There was a fun new post that went up today on the Instagram for Tea and Tales, so please go do it. For engagement.
Celebrating Pride Month.
Yeah.
And all the Pride offers, including some that we've read, which I was like, I don't know how many of these I would have read, but then I've read a fair amount thanks to the book club.
So go post your scores in the comments. We're all gonna do it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it fucking now.
All right. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Love you.